Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. In 1839, a whaling captain saw a ship drifting in the Drake Passage near Antarctica, where nobody should have been sailing at all. From a distance, it looked damaged, abandoned, but as he rowed closer, he saw people moving behind the porthole windows. He shouted. No one answered. He climbed aboard, and the deck was empty. Working order. Silent, like the ship was holding its breath. When he opened the captain's quarters, he found a man at a desk, writing in a journal, refusing to turn around. And when the captain read the date on the page, his blood went cold, because it proved the man had been dead for 16 years. That's story one. It only gets worse from there. In 1839, a whaling captain saw a ship in a piece of ocean where no ship should exist. That's the image I can't get out of my head. When I first came across this case, I thought it would just be another old sailor's ghost story, fog, creaking wood, some salty guy swearing he saw a phantom out on the water. It isn't that. It's worse. Because what he found out there wasn't a ghost. It was proof that you can die so quietly, the world just keeps you exactly as you were and lets you drift. I want you to picture where this happened. Not a busy harbor, not a tourist coastline. We're talking about the Drake Passage, this brutal stretch of sea that brushes the edges of Antarctica. Back then, hardly anyone went there on purpose. No cruise ships, no rescue helicopters, just ice wind and an ocean that would kill you in minutes if you fell in. Now imagine you're Captain Brighton. You've dragged your crew all the way into this wasteland because you heard it was full of untouched whales. You've spent weeks in freezing wind, watching the same gray horizon, listening to the same sounds over and over, rigging groaning sails, snapping water, hammering the hull. And you still haven't seen a single whale. The night before, the ocean betrayed you. It froze solid around your ship, turned the water into iron. You went to sleep knowing there was a real chance you'd be stuck there all winter, trapped in the ice with your crew, slowly starving or freezing to death. Then a brutal storm ripped through, cracked the ice, almost tore your ship apart, but it freed you. So now it's morning. The sea is liquid again. You're moving. Your men are tired and scared, but alive. You're standing on the deck, staring at endless empty water, thinking about whether you should turn back while you still have the chance. And that's when you see it. At first, it's just a smudge way out on the horizon. You blink, thinking your eyes are playing tricks on you. Out here, it's supposed to be just you and the ice. Nothing else. But the shape doesn't disappear. It gets sharper, closer, real. It's another ship. Not a whaling vessel like yours. A schooner. A travel ship. Completely wrong for this part of the world. It looks tired, even from a distance, sails torn hull, scarred, drifting like it doesn't remember where it was going. You do what any decent captain would do when you find another ship in trouble that far from help. You load up a small boat with supplies. Food, water, whatever you can spare. You call for 4 men to join you. You tell them you're just going to check on the crew, maybe help them get turned around. That's all. Nothing weird. Just sailors helping sailors. The closer you get, the stranger it feels. The water slaps against your dinghy in sharp, cold hits. Wind tears at your words. And as the schooner grows above you, looming, you get your first good look at the portholes along its side. And that's when your stomach drops, because there are faces in them, not shadows, not tricks of the light. actual people behind the glass. Shapes moving, bodies shifting. You can see them. They're in there. You call out to them, voice cracking over the wind, but nobody responds. No one waves. No one comes out on deck. Just those shapes behind the glass, frozen in half-formed motions. You climb the ladder anyway. Boots on wet wood. Your men right behind you, breathing hard. The deck is fine. Not wrecked. Not burned. Just worn and empty. Every rope in place. Every line tied off. No bodies, no blood, no sign of chaos. And yet the ship is silent. No footsteps, no voices. Just the water hitting the hull in slow, heavy slaps. You cross the deck to the door you know should lead into the captain's quarters. You knock, you call out, you offer help. Food, supplies, nothing. So you open the door. Inside, it's dim, cold air, stale and still. At the far end of the cramped room, you see a man sitting at a small desk, his back to you. Shoulders hunched, like he's been writing for hours. His hair is still. His collar is stiff. He doesn't turn around when you speak his name, even though you don't know it yet. You step closer. The boards creak under your boots. You call to him again, voice softer now, careful. Still nothing. You get close enough to see the page under his hand. There's writing on it. Fresh-looking ink. You lean over his shoulder and read the last line he wrote. And then your eyes shift up to the date written above it. That's the moment Captain Brighton understood something that should have been impossible. And in a second, I'm going to tell you exactly what that date said and what he found when he went below deck. Just remember, this is only the first story. It's the least twisted of the three. I'm writing this because I can't sleep anymore. It's 1:07 a.m. in a perfectly normal American apartment, in a perfectly normal building, on a perfectly normal street. My TV is paused on some forgettable show faces, frozen mid-expression subtitles stuck halfway through a joke. The only light in the room is the soft, sickly green from the microwave clock over in the kitchen, and a faint red glow from the power strip behind my TV. Through the blinds, a gas station sign across the street bleeds neon into the night, cycling between prices and promotions. It washes pale color over the ceiling every few seconds, like someone slowly dragging a flashlight back and forth just out of sight. I should be asleep. I have work in the morning. But instead, I'm sitting on the couch, laptop open on my thighs, cursor blinking in a blank document like it's tapping its foot at me. The HVAC kicks on with a low, familiar rumble, filling the room with that background white noise you don't notice until it's gone. Cool air slides out of the vent above me, brushes the back of my neck. Somewhere in the kitchen, the fridge gives a single mechanical click as the compressor wakes up. A moment later, the ice maker inside does its little tick. Tick like it's dropping glass marbles inside the freezer. Normal sounds. Completely normal. At least they used to be. Then right on cue, the HVAC cycles off. The fan winds down. The hum collapses in on itself and disappears. And just like that, the silence doesn't feel empty. It feels heavy. It feels like the apartment just shut its mouth in the middle of a sentence. That's what changed after I fell down this rabbit hole. It wasn't what I saw in these stories. It was what I started to hear in my own home. I didn't go looking for ghost stories. I wasn't trying to summon anything. It started the way these things usually start: one recommended video, one strange but true thread, one late-night click on an article I should have just scrolled past. Then another. Then another. Real names, real dates, real places, real people whose lives ended in ways that feel wrong, not just tragic. Wrong in a way that leaves something unfinished, hanging in the air like static. Now every time the fridge clicks off, every time the building settles, every time my upstairs neighbor drops something on their floor at 2 in the morning, I don't think old pipes or thin walls anymore. I think about ships stuck in ice and footsteps on runways and the worst upstairs neighbors in the world. My phone is face down next to me on the couch screen, dark, but I know if I swipe it awake, I'll see the same thing I always do at night, a line of ring notifications. Motion detected at your front door. Motion detected at your front door. Motion detected at your front door. Most of them are nothing Amazon packages, DoorDash bags, my neighbor's dog sniffing every doorstep like he's on a mission from God. I tell myself that's all it ever is. Just people living. Just life moving past my door. But I still tap them open. Every time. I drag a hand over my face and look at the blank page in front of me. The words I typed at the very top are still there. A half-formed title that looks too dramatic and not dramatic enough at the same time. 3 stories I wish I'd never found. Under that just one full sentence, I'm sending you these because now every sound in my apartment feels like it belongs to them. Them. The people in the stories. The ones I've never met and never will, whose lives ended long before I was born. The idea that they're here is stupid, I know. I'm not saying they're haunting me. I don't believe in that. Not in the floating through walls, chain-rattling sense. What I believe now is worse. I think once certain stories get inside your head, they don't leave. They don't have to. They just sit there and wait. And every time something in your world lines up with something in theirs, a smell, a sound, a time on a clock, they move a little closer. I glance up at the microwave. Still 1:07 a.m. Time feels reluctant to move. On the coffee table, there's an open notebook with my own handwriting sprawled across it. Dates, names, places, arrows connecting one to the next. I've been doing this long enough now that it looks less like research and more like whatever detectives have on their walls in bad crime shows. I tell myself I'm just organizing. I'm just getting it out of my system. If I package it up, send it off to a horror channel, let someone else read it out loud into a microphone, maybe it'll live somewhere else for a while. 3 stories, I mutter to myself. My voice sounds small in the quiet. 3 stories, and that's it. The last one, the worst one, is the one I keep putting off. It feels like it leaves a stain on the page. Even thinking about it makes the back of my throat taste sour. I'm saving it for the end, because once I write it down here, I think I'm going to start hearing things I don't want to hear when my upstairs neighbors walk around. The first one, though, the one I can't stop seeing, is about a ship. A real ship in a real part of the world, with real men on board, who died in a way no one was supposed to die. Not with that much sky above them and that much water all around. I reach for my phone, meaning to check the time, and as soon as my fingers brush the case, it vibrates hard against the cushion. I flinch. My heart jumps straight into my throat. It's ridiculous how much that tiny buzz cuts through the silence. My brain sends that little jolt of pure animal panic through my chest. Someone is at the door. I flip it over. Ring motion detected at your front door. For half a second, I see only my own reflection in the black glass, my face stretched and pale. I tap the notification. The live feed opens with a soft pop of audio. The little fisheye view of my hallway appears: beige walls, cheap gray carpet, red exit sign glowing at the end like a lazy warning. No one there. Just a shadow sliding across the bottom right corner where the railing from the staircase catches the streetlight. Rewind 10 seconds. A delivery driver's back disappearing down the stairs. A package leaning against my neighbor's door. Nothing else. I exhale and let out a shaky laugh, more out of embarrassment than relief. This happens all the time. It's nothing. It is always nothing. But I don't delete the notification. I tuck it into the pile in my head with all the other small, stupid moments that feel like jump cuts in my own life. I set the phone back down softer this time and rest my hands on the keyboard. Okay, I whisper mostly to myself. Fine. We'll start with the ship. The cursor blinks again, patient. I think about how to begin, if I should ease into it. If I should warn you that this first story doesn't end with a neat explanation or a captured monster. If I should tell you right away that there is a date written in a dead man's hand that still makes my skin crawl when I see it in print. Instead, I just type, I found this case buried in an old maritime account, tucked between bland paragraphs about whales and weather. I hit enter. Outside, a car passes through the intersection, its headlights smearing light through the blinds for half a second. Then it's gone. The silence shifts again like it's moved a little closer to where I'm sitting. 3 stories. The last one is hard to say out loud. So I'll start with the one that convinced me a ship can be more than abandoned. It can be preserved. The first time I saw the words Drake Passage on the page, I had to look it up. It sounded like something from a movie, a made-up name for a sea that only exists to swallow ships whole. It isn't made up. It's the stretch of ocean that sits between the southern tip of South America and the edge of Antarctica, a place where the water is never really still, and the weather changes its mind every few hours. Even now, people who actually know what they're talking about call it one of the most treacherous waterways on the planet. Back in the 1800s, it was worse. I imagine some clerk somewhere in some quiet room with a high window dipping a pen in ink and writing neat little lines about conditions in the Drake Passage, while his feet stayed warm and dry on polished floorboards. That's probably where the report I read came from. But the story under it belonged to a man who didn't have the luxury of reading about the passage from a desk. Captain Brighton lived it. In the fall of 1839, he sailed into that part of the world with a clear purpose, whales. The right kind of whale at the right time could set a man up for life, and Brighton was not out there on some romantic adventure. He had investors. He had men to feed. He had a ship that needed to justify its existence in barrels of oil and stacks of bone. The problem was, the whales didn't seem interested in cooperating. Days bled into weeks under a sky that rarely changed from gray to anything else. The ocean kept heaving and rolling and stretching out in all directions like a living thing. The cold didn't just bite, it settled in. It crept into boots and under coats and into the spaces between a man's fingers when he tried to tie a knot. And still no whales. You can almost feel Brighton's frustration in the way the accounts describe him pacing the deck, scanning the horizon with a spyglass that kept returning the same answer, nothing. From up there with the mast creaking above him and the wind snatching at his coat, he could see only water and the occasional floating chunk of ice. No spouts, no flukes, just emptiness. Behind him, down below his crew, was doing what men always do when they've been away from home too long with nothing to show for it. They were getting restless. They didn't have group chats or news alerts or Netflix to drown in at the end of a shift. They had the same few jokes, the same songs, the same stories repeated until the edges wore off. And they had the cold. The report I read didn't say exactly what night it happened, only that it was the night before Brighton saw anything other than ice and water. But you can picture it, black sky stars hiding behind clouds, breath turning to steam every time a man opened his mouth to speak. At some point during that night, the temperature dropped far enough and stayed low long enough that the entire ocean around the ship stopped behaving like water. It became a wall. The sea froze. Not into some romantic sheet of glass, but into a thick, crushing crust that gripped the hull and held it in place. 1 hour they were drifting. The next, they were welded to the world. I closed my eyes for a second when I first read that part. I thought about what that would feel like, not from space, not from a satellite image, but from the middle of a wooden deck. One moment the ship moves under your feet with the familiar nauseating sway you've learned to live with, and the next, it doesn't. The groan of the hull quiets. The rhythm of the waves against the boards disappears. The ropes stop that constant subtle tug. Instead, there's a kind of dead stillness. The wind keeps screaming, but the thing you're standing on has become a stuck object in a frozen world. If they didn't break free, they weren't just delayed. They were done. Being trapped out there at that latitude in that season didn't mean a few miserable extra days at sea. It meant the possibility of spending the entire winter stuck in place while food ran out and bodies gave up. It meant lining the men up and explaining that no one could promise them they'd ever see land again. I tried to imagine Brighton lying awake in his small cabin that night, listening to his ship not move. Listening to the new sounds that came with being encased in ice, the faint, distant crackle as the sea hardened, the slow, complaining pops in the hull as the cold sank deeper into it. On the page, the next part almost felt like a joke the ocean was playing on them. A storm came. Not a gentle thaw, not a soft breeze that warm-kissed the ice until it melted. A storm. High winds. Violent waves. The kind of weather that makes a sane captain turn his ship away and pray for calmer water. But for Brighton, the chaos was the only way out. The reports say the ice began to splinter under the assault. Sheets of it cracked and heaved, grinding against each other like huge teeth. The ship lurched and groaned and shuddered as the frozen cage around it shattered into jagged floating plates. The men on deck must have clung to anything they could grab, soaked with spray, half blind from the stinging cold, while the ship was hammered back into motion. Every wave that slammed into the hull, every boom of thunder overhead, carried the same terrifying double edge. This storm could kill us, but if it doesn't, it might save us. When the storm finally moved on, it left behind a different world. The ocean was water again. Dark and furious and full of teeth, but water. The ship was free to move. The ice was broken into smaller drifting rafts instead of one unbroken prison. But free doesn't always mean safe, and Captain Brighton would have known that better than anyone. Now he had a decision to make. Turn back, cut his losses, and take his men and his battered ship away from the edge of the world, while he still had the chance, or push deeper into the Drake Passage, hunting for whales that might not even be there, trying to salvage a voyage that already felt cursed. From my couch, hundreds of years and thousands of miles away, I could almost see him standing on that deck the next morning. Hands shoved into his coat against the wind. Face raw from cold. Eyes tired in a way that doesn't show up in portraits. Behind him, a crew that had just survived a night they probably thought would kill them. Ahead of him, a horizon that held either a fortune or nothing at all. The calm after the storm must have felt wrong. The water was moving again, but the ship's near death still sat between the men like a fifth presence. The sky was that flat, washed-out color that feels like it could collapse into snow at any moment. Brighton, by all accounts, was not a stupid man. He knew the risks. He knew that staying out there meant playing a game where the stakes were his crew's lives, not just his investors' money. But he also knew the numbers, and empty hands don't pay anyone. When I reached that part in the report, my eyes drifted from the screen to my own window. The gas station sign flicked over to another ad. A car rolled into the lot, its tires crunching over loose gravel. Somewhere in the building, a door shut with a soft, hollow sound. Out there in 1839, a man was staring at an ocean that had almost killed him and asking himself, if it would be cowardice or wisdom to turn away. Here in my apartment, I was staring at a blank space after his name, knowing what he chose and wanting to go back in time and tell him to just go home. But he didn't. The account doesn't spell out his thoughts. It doesn't give us a speech or a diary entry about the moment he decided. It just moves on the way official documents always do, like these choices are just bullet points, instead of the kind of crossroads that carve lines into a person's face. It says simply that he continued on into the passage. What it doesn't say, but what every line seems to lean toward, is that nobody on that ship had any way of knowing that the most important thing they were going to find out, there was not a whale. It was a different ship. One that had already lost its fight a long time before Brighton ever saw it. There's a line in the report that almost feels like a throwaway, but it's the one that hooked me and never let go. It says that sometime after the storm, the captain sighted a dark object to the west. That's it. No drama, no buildup. Just that. But if you put yourself on that deck with him in that cold after that night, you realize how wrong that sentence feels in your gut. Because after what Brighton and his men had just gone through, the last thing they should have seen out there was anything man-made. The Drake Passage wasn't a highway. It wasn't a trade route. It was a place you ended up either because you were desperate or because someone paid you too much to risk your life. Brighton's ship being there was already a kind of stubborn insanity. So when he first noticed a smudge on the horizon, he did what any exhausted brain does in a hostile environment. He assumed it was nothing. A trick of the light, a cloud bank, a piece of ice shaped just wrong. You have to imagine how tired his eyes were. Weeks of scanning, of wanting so badly to see something that meant profit, whales, birds, smoke from another vessel, and almost never seeing anything but gray. Your mind gets used to being disappointed. It starts pre-rejecting things before they form. He probably lifted the spyglass out of habit more than hope. The wind up there would have cut through his coat as he raised it. The wood of the rail under his gloved hand was cold enough to burn. His other eye squeezed shut as he brought the glass to his face, lining that dark fleck up in the circle of view. And the fleck stayed. It didn't dissolve into clouds. It didn't smear out into mist. It sharpened, became a line, then a block, then the unmistakable outline of a hull, another ship. For a second, I like to think he just stood there in stunned disbelief, his tired mind scrambling to file this under some reasonable category. Maybe it's a whaler like us. Maybe they came here for the same rumor. Maybe they've had better luck. You can almost hear the crew's voices as the news spreads along the deck, each man reacting the way people always have when they realize they might not be the only ones in danger, some hopeful, some suspicious, some already calculating if the other ship will be competition or company. The closer it drifted into view, the less sense it made. It wasn't built like Brighton's vessel. It sat in the water differently, sleeker, narrower. A schooner, a ship designed for travel and speed, not for the heavy, ugly work of hauling dead whales. That's like seeing a sports car halfway up a logging road in the Rockies. Wrong machine, wrong place, wrong purpose. Brighton must have felt that first little whisper of unease then. Not fear, not yet, but a tightening in the chest. The sense that the world around him was starting to improvise. He watched the schooner through the glass, adjusting for the bob of the waves, the sting of wind in his eye. Its sails were up, but they hung wrong, torn at the edges, slashed open in long, jagged mouths that the wind howled through instead of filled. The canvas fluttered in shredded strips like skin peeling off old paint. The hull was scarred and faded. No fresh tar, no gleam. It looked like something that had been used hard and then abandoned mid-breath. But it was moving. Not fast. Not with intention. It wasn't cutting through the water the way a ship under command does. It drifted, caught by current and whatever breath of wind could find its ragged sails. From a distance, that's eerie enough. Anything that big, that wrong, just sliding along a freezing horizon is an intrusion. It doesn't matter if you believe in ghosts or not, your brain wants someone to be steering. Brighton couldn't shake the feeling that if he watched long enough, he'd see a figure move on deck. A man with a hat, a coat, a rope in his hands. Some evidence that the ship was not just a lost object, but a place with lives still inside it. He lowered the glass and squinted with his naked eye, trying to make out details without the spyglass's tunnel vision distortion. The schooner was close enough now that the crew could see it for themselves. Men gathered at the rail elbows pressing into the wood, breath steaming in the cold air. Someone probably cracked a joke about finding a floating graveyard. Someone else, more practical, might have muttered that another ship out here could mean shared supplies, shared knowledge of safe routes home. Brighton, like any captain worth his salt, felt two things at once. The professional obligation to help any vessel in distress, and the personal animal reluctance to steer his own ship any closer to something that already looked halfway claimed by the sea. The obligation won. It usually does. By then, he would have noticed something else the schooner wasn't signaling. No flags, no flares, no smoke, no lantern swung back and forth in the classic "we're in trouble" motion. No one on deck waving arms. For a ship that looked as beaten up as that one did, the silence felt rude, unnatural. But the rules of the water are simple. If there's a ship that looks derelict or in danger, you go. You don't wait for an invitation. You don't assume they're fine. Brighton made his decision. He ordered a dinghy prepared. Men moved automatically, rope coiling wood, thudding oars, checked and set. They loaded what they could spare: casks of water, hardtack salted meat, basic medical supplies. Enough to keep another crew from starving if that was the problem. He picked 4 men to go with him. Not too many, you don't empty your own ship's strength, but not so few that you can't handle whatever you find. A balanced number, a logical choice. Imagine what that moment feels like, watching the captain step over the rail into the dinghy. The rope goes slack. The boat drops that small, stomach-tugging distance to the water, and suddenly he's just a man in a small craft again, not the higher shape on the main ship's deck. The sea that almost killed all of them the night before is now rocking him in its hands. I picture him looking up one last time before they push off, meeting the eyes of whoever he left in charge. A nod. Nothing dramatic. Just that quiet agreement, "I'll be back. Keep us steady." Then the boat shoves away. From their perspective, the schooner grows slowly, like a building rising from the sea. Every stroke of the oars brings more detail into view, the frayed lines dangling uselessly from masts, the dark streaks on the hull where the ocean has been chewing on it, patches of ice clinging stubbornly to shaded corners. The wind in that part of the world always seems to find a way to get into everything. It slips between coats and collars, steals heat out of bone. The further they get from their own ship, the more Brighton and his men are alone with the sound of water hitting wood and their own breathing. At first, there's nothing particularly supernatural about what they're seeing. Just decay, neglect. A ship that has been through too many storms and not enough repairs. But then, as they pass along the side of the schooner, something changes. There's a row of portholes cut into the hull, small round windows with thick glass and metal rims. Most of them look dark, empty, the way you'd expect. Brighton glances up at one as they draw level with it, and there's a face there. It's quick just to shape a suggestion of features behind the glass. The human brain is good at turning shadows into people, but this isn't a vague blob. This has form. There's a pale oval where a face should be. There's the angle of a shoulder. The sense of someone standing close to the window watching them. He blinks, heart punching once against his ribs. For a second, he thinks I imagined that. I'm tired. It's a reflection. But then the dinghy rocks, his viewpoint shifts, and the shape shifts with it. The figure moves, Captain, one of the men says quietly. Did you see I saw Brighton snaps more sharply than he meant to? Because if he didn't, if there wasn't anyone there, then he's losing his mind. And if there was someone there, then why in God's name are they just standing at the glass, staring? He cups his hands around his mouth, lifts his face toward the porthole and shouts. Ahoy, this is the whaler Brighton come to assist. Are you in need of aid? The wind steals some of his words, but the volume carries. On a dead sea like that, sound travels strangely far. Nothing moves at the porthole. For a heartbeat, it's like the figure is frozen, caught mid-turn. Then, just as Brighton starts to doubt himself again, something inside shifts. The pale shape slides out of view deeper into the ship. He's not the only one who sees it this time. He can hear his men murmur low and uneasy. Thought this place was dead. Didn't see any flags. They heard us. Why aren't they? Another porthole ahead. Another shadow inside. They pass beneath it, and for just a second, Brighton sees more than one shape. A cluster of bodies, shoulder to shoulder, packed in closer than comfort would allow. It looks like a crowd gathered behind glass watching a show from the wrong side. Nobody opens a shutter. Nobody unlatches a door. Nobody calls back. The dinghy slides along the hull oars, creaking. The schooner looms over them, now huge and indifferent. From their own ship, still distant, Brighton's men probably see only the outline of the captain's boat, drawn up alongside the stranger. From there, it would look like a straightforward rescue. Down in the dinghy, the mood is different. It's starting to feel like they're rowing toward a house where all the lights are on, silhouettes fill the windows, and no one wants to admit they're home. Keep going, Brighton says, jaw tight. We'll board and speak to the captain directly, because what else is he supposed to do? Turn back and tell his crew that he left a damaged ship full of silent watching people to drift alone in a freezing passage. No respectable captain does that. Not even if every instinct he has is telling him that something on that deck is wrong in a way he doesn't have a name for. They reach a rope ladder hanging over the schooner's side. It sways gently with the swell. Up close, the wood rungs are splintered and worn, but still usable. Brighton stands up carefully in the dinghy boots, planted wide fingers wrapping around the cold, stiff rope. He knows his men are watching him. If he shows fear, they'll feel it twice as hard. He looks one more time at the nearest porthole. There's a face there. He's sure of it. Not a trick, not a shadow. Someone is inside this ship, standing inches from the glass, staring right at him. He raises his free hand in a small, almost instinctive wave. The face does nothing. No movement, no nod, no acknowledgement at all. It might as well be a painting, or something worse. For the first time, a small, cold thought slides into the back of his mind, thin and unwelcome. What if they can't answer? He swallows it down, turns away, starts to climb. As he disappears over the rail and onto the schooner's deck, with his men following silently behind him, the sea keeps rocking the dinghy against the hull. The people behind the glass, if they were ever people at all, don't come out to greet them. When I read the part where Captain Brighton actually stepped onto the schooner, something in my brain went quiet, like my own apartment was holding its breath along with that ship. He climbed the rope ladder first. The dinghy rose and fell beneath him, slapped sideways by the swell, making each reach for the next rung a small act of faith. The rope was stiff with salt, the wood rungs slick and worn. Every time his boot landed, the latter shuddered and groaned. Behind him, his 4 men waited their turn, watching the captain go up into a place none of them could see yet. The only noises were the ones the sea insisted on: waves slapping against hulls, water swirling between boat and ship, the low, continuous hiss of wind sliding over everything. No voices from above. No one leaning over the rail to call down. Brighton's hands came up over the edge of the deck first, then his head, then his shoulders. For a second, his eyes were level with the planks and sky, and then he hauled himself fully over and swung his boots onto the deck of the schooner. The first thing he must have noticed was how solid it felt. After months on his own ship, legs subconsciously adjusting to every roll and pitch, stepping onto a different deck should have felt the same. But something about this ship was steadier. It wasn't that the sea wasn't moving it. It was the way the motion felt dampened, like the schooner was a heavy object sunk deeper into the water than it ought to be. He straightened up and looked around. From a distance, the ship had looked battered. Up close, it looked tired, but not wrecked. The rigging was still rigged. Lines were tied off. Sails, though torn and ragged at the edges, were at least in their proper places. Barrels were lashed where they should be lashed. The main mast rose into the gray sky, creaking softly. There were no splintered planks, no obvious signs of fire or battle, no chaos, just neglect and absence. For a moment, with his men still halfway up the ladder behind him, Brighton stood alone on the schooner's deck, listening. Waves slapped the hull with dull, rhythmic thuds. Somewhere above, a rope knocked a lazy, hollow beat against wood. The wind cut across the open deck, howling through torn canvas and making loose ends flick and snap. But there were no human sounds. No footsteps, no voices, no coughs, no clatter of tools or barrels or dishes, no salt-stiff clothes flapping on lines, no murmur of conversation from below. The ship was dressed for work and completely unmanned. One of his men pulled himself over the rail behind him, boots hitting the deck with a heavier thud, then another. The sound of them arriving, the rasp of their breathing, felt almost intrusive, as if they were the ones out of place, not the ship. Captain, one of them asked, voice low, "Where is everyone?" Brighton didn't answer right away. He moved forward a few cautious steps, eyes scanning the length of the deck. The wood under his boots was rough but sound. There were dark stains here and there that could have been tar, could have been old, dried something else. He chose not to speculate. There were coils of rope neatly stacked near the rail. A bucket with a brush leaning inside it, bristles stiff with frozen residue. A jacket tossed over a coil sleeve, hanging empty, stiff, as if the cold had taken it mid-motion and decided it would stay like that forever. Little signs of life. No life. "Hello, the deck," he called, finally raising his voice. "This is Captain Brighton. We're here to render aid." The words came out strong, but the wind shredded them. The emptiness of the ship swallowed them. The only reply was the clack of something loose shifting high in the rigging. He glanced back at the portholes they'd passed on the way over. From this angle, he couldn't see into them as clearly as he had from the dinghy. They were just dark circles in the side of the ship, glass winking dully when the light caught it right. Whatever or whoever had been standing behind them wasn't visible now. Another of his men climbed onto the deck, then the fourth and fifth. They fanned out instinctively, eyes flicking over the same details, coming to the same uneasy conclusion. "This doesn't feel right," one muttered under his breath. Brighton turned toward the quarterdeck where the wheel sat. The wheel itself was lashed in place. The ropes binding it were taut as if someone had tied them with care and expectation that they'd be used again. A little frost had formed along the spokes. No one stood near it. No one hovered where a helmsman should be. The steps leading up to it were clear, no clutter, no sign of a struggle. It was like everyone had simply stepped away. Brighton knew the general layout of ships like this. He knew where the captain's quarters should be located beneath the quarterdeck door opening onto the main deck. A place where a man in charge could step out and see everything happening on his vessel with one glance. If there were answers anywhere, they'd be there. "Stay close," he said over his shoulder. "Weapons at the ready in case there's trouble, but do not draw them unless I give order." Even as he said it, he felt how strange the instruction sounded. There was no sign of pirates, no evidence of mutiny, just silence and cold. He crossed the deck toward a sturdy-looking door built into the back of the raised section. The closer he got, the more he noticed how crisp the edges of things were. No fresh footprints in the thin layer of frost. No smears where hands had recently touched. Everything was edged in stillness. He stopped in front of the door. The wood was darker here, better maintained, reinforced with iron bands. A small, salt-stained window above it was opaque with fog and grime. If anyone was moving behind it, they were hidden. Brighton lifted a hand and knocked. His knuckles rapped against the wood twice hard. The sound was swallowed instantly, as if the door itself refused to echo. "Captain," he called. "This is Captain Brighton of the whaling ship. We've come alongside. Your ship appears to be in distress. Do you require assistance?" He waited. Nothing. The wind picked up and shoved at his back. One of his men shifted his weight behind him, the leather of his boots squeaking quietly. The sea thumped against the hull over and over, patient. He knocked again, louder. "Captain, respond, please." Still nothing. No shuffle of footsteps. No scraping of a chair. No muffled curse at being woken or startled. The door remained a blank surface between them and whatever was on the other side. Brighton's jaw tightened. He glanced at his men, saw his own discomfort reflected right back at him. Eyes a little too wide, hands hovering near belts, where knives and tools hung, shoulders drawn in against the cold and the unknown. He reached for the latch. It was metal, frozen enough that it burned his glove a little through the leather. It moved smoothly under his hand. No lock resisted him. Whoever had been in charge here hadn't bothered to bar themselves in. He hesitated for the barest second, feeling that thin line between doing his duty and crossing a threshold he would wish he'd never found. Then he pushed. The door swung inward with a reluctant groan. Cold, stale air spilled out around it, air that had been trapped for too long in too small a space. It smelled of old smoke, drying ink lamp oil, and something else. Not rot exactly. More like time itself pressed down until it had weight. The light from the gray sky outside only reached a little way into the room, leaving the corners thick with shadow. They didn't have electric bulbs, then no switches to flick on. Whatever illumination the room had relied on came from a small shuttered window on the far wall, and a lantern that now sat empty on a shelf. Brighton stepped over the threshold. The boards here creaked under his boots, a different note than the open deck. More enclosed, more personal. He could feel his men crowding just behind him, close enough that their breath brushed his neck, not close enough to make him feel any less alone. At first, the room looked exactly as he would expect a captain's cabin to look. Charts were spread across a table to the left. Paper edges curled and yellowed. A compass lay on top of them, needle still twitching faintly, as if it hadn't yet accepted that its services were no longer needed. Shelves on the right were lined with ledgers, logbooks, and a few battered volumes that might have been navigation manuals or worn-out novels from home. A small bunk was built into the wall, blankets pulled half up, as if someone had meant to smooth them and hadn't finished the gesture. The pillow had a shallow indentation. Above it, A single nail held a coat that hung like a skin someone had stepped out of. And at the far end of the room, facing away from the door, was a man seated at a desk. He was slightly hunched, shoulders angled forward, head bowed just enough that Brighton couldn't see his face. One arm rested on the desk's surface elbow, planted hand curled loosely, as if it had just released a pen. The other arm hung down at his side, fingers disappearing into shadow. For a moment, just a moment, relief flared in Brighton's chest. A man. A real, solid figure in a chair. Someone to demand answers from. Someone to be angry at for not answering his calls out on deck. Captain Brighton said, voice a touch sharper than courtesy required. "I've been hailing you. Your ship looks half dead out there. We came aboard with supplies. Are you ill? Do you need men?" The man didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't turn his head, didn't even show that tiny, unconscious twitch people have when another human voice suddenly fills a quiet room. Brighton took another step inside. The air felt heavier the deeper he went, pressing cold around his ribs. Behind him, the other men hesitated in the doorway, as if something in them recognized a line not to cross, even if their captain did not. Sir Brighton tried again. "Captain, look at me." The man at the desk stayed perfectly still. The wind moaned softly along the hull outside. The faint slap of waves filtered through the walls. Somewhere above, a loose rope thumped its slow beat. Inside the cabin, the silence between Brighton's words grew wider and wider until it felt like a thing you could fall into. He was close enough now to see the back of the man's neck, where it rose above the collar of his coat. The skin looked pale in the gray light. Too pale. The hair at the base of his skull was neat, not matted with sweat or tangled by restless hands. "Maybe he's asleep, sir," one of the men whispered, though there was no conviction in it. No one sits like that when they're sleeping. Brighton's eyes dropped to the desk. There in front of the man's resting hand lay an open book, a log, a journal. The page it was open to was covered in neat lines of writing ink, dark and crisp. Whatever had happened here, it hadn't been chaos. It had been recorded. Brighton felt a new kind of dread slowly uncoil inside him, not the wild, immediate fear of storms and ice, but something colder, more deliberate. The feeling you get when you realize you're about to read the last thing a person ever chose to put into words. He took one more step, the floorboard complaining softly under his weight. "Captain," he said quietly, almost gently now, "I need you to answer me." The man at the desk did nothing, didn't answer, didn't move. It was as if he had been interrupted in the middle of writing and never resumed, even though 16 years had already passed between his last word and the moment Brighton stepped into that room. Brighton stopped just behind the seated man, close enough to smell the room clinging to him. The air in the captain's quarters was thick with things that shouldn't have still been there, the faint ghost of pipe smoke, the sour tang of old sweat absorbed into wood and never fully released, the stale, waxy note of burned-out oil. It was the smell of a room that had been occupied for a long time and then sealed like a bottle. But underneath all of that, there was something else, an absence. No hint of the living tang of fresh breath, no warmth radiating off another body, just cold and the sense that everything he was seeing had already happened a long time ago and simply refused to admit it. He could hear his own heartbeat in his ears, a heavy, slow thud that seemed too loud for the narrowed space. Behind him in the doorway, his men shifted their weight boots creaking on the boards. No one dared speak again. From where he stood, he could see the captain's hair dark combed back from the scalp, frozen in place by the cold and whatever had happened to him. The man's neck, visible above the stiff collar, was a waxy pale that might still have passed for living in the bad light. if the rest of him had moved even once. Brighton didn't touch him. Not yet. There is a particular reluctance in reaching for someone you suspect is dead. Your hand understands something your mind is still trying to ignore. Instead, he leaned forward, eyes dropping to the open book on the desk. It was a logbook, the kind every responsible captain kept. Thick, bound in leather, polished shiny where a hand had rested while writing. The pages were lined with careful script, neat enough to suggest this was not the work of a man who liked to leave things unsaid. The pen lay where it had been left, just off to the side at an angle, as if it had rolled a couple of inches after slipping from slack fingers and then stopped. The tip was dark-stained with ink that should have dried and flaked away years ago, and yet still clung stubbornly to the metal. Brighton squinted, letting his eyes adjust to the gloom. The ink on the last written lines was dark enough to read without much effort, even in the weak light. He started with the most recent entry, the one the pen pointed toward like an accusation: trapped by icebergs. Despite all efforts, the fire went out last night. No hope remains. The words hit him in that blunt, undramatic way real despair often does on paper. There was no flourish in them, no poetic lament. Just a sequence of facts written by someone who had gone past fear into a kind of resigned clarity. Trapped by icebergs. In that environment, he knew exactly what that meant. No metaphor, no exaggeration. The same cage of ice that had almost claimed his own ship had closed completely around this one. Despite all efforts, the fire went out last night. The fire on a ship like this is more than warmth. It's how you keep water unfrozen, how you cook, how you chase back the kind of cold that doesn't just numb you, but erases you slowly. If the fire died and they couldn't get it back, they didn't just lose comfort. They lost the one thing standing between them and the kind of cold that turns people into objects. No hope remains. Men say dramatic things at sea. They curse storms. They declare they're doomed when a sail tears or a mast cracks. But captains don't usually write those sentences down in their official logs unless something has broken inside them that cannot be repaired. Brighton's gaze lingered on that line. He felt a strange, involuntary kinship with the dead man whose hand had formed those letters. Only nights before, caught in a frozen sea, he'd been one stalled gust of wind away from thinking the exact same thoughts. The difference between the two of them could very easily have been one storm, one shift in the ice, 1 degree of temperature. He swallowed, tasting the dry sting of the cabin air in his throat. For a moment, he let himself imagine the scene here on whatever night that captain had written those words. The fire guttering out flames, shrinking to embers, then to a faint glow, then to nothing. The last bit of heat sighing its way up the flue and vanishing into the vast, indifferent cold outside. The crew gathering, wrapped in blankets, and every layer they owned, watching their last source of warmth die. The captain sitting here in this same chair, in this same posture, scratching those 3 sentences into the log because that's what captains do even when it doesn't matter anymore. Then a question pushed its way to the front of Brighton's mind, as sharp and insistent as a splinter. When he looked away from the body and the last lines of the entry, letting his eyes climb a few inches up the page. Logbooks are above all else orderly. Every entry starts with a time, a date. His gaze found the top of the final paragraph, where a single line stood alone, as if it had been waiting for someone to notice it. The date. The ink there was slightly more faded, but still legible. The numbers were written with the same careful hand as the rest of the book. January 17th, 1823. At first, it hit him only as a string of numbers, a coordinate in time. His mind registered the month and day, thought vaguely of midwinter deep cold. Then the year sank in and latched on. He rocked back half an inch enough that the floorboard under his heel creaked. Behind him, one of the men shifted and asked quietly. Sir Brighton didn't answer. His thoughts were racing in a narrow, panicked circle. The year etched in his own memory was 1839. He ran the numbers without meaning to, subtracting, adjusting, checking. 16 years, 16 winters, 16 thawing springs, 16 whole cycles of seasons had come and gone since the day this man had sat here and written that the fire had gone out and hope had left with it. 16 years in which nothing that mattered had changed inside this room. He stared at the captain's shoulders, at the back of his head, at the pale strip of neck above the collar. In the moment before his hand actually reached out, before his fingers finally closed on the reality he'd been circling, he had a wild, irrational hope that he was wrong, that the date was a mistake, that he'd misread it, that this was some other year, some other January, some trick of the light. He reached out and laid his hand on the man's shoulder. The coat beneath his glove was stiff, the fabric frozen into the shape of the body inside it. The shoulder did not sag or tilt under the pressure. It resisted like something carved, not grown. There was no flinch, no startled jerk, not even the slight yielding of living flesh beneath layers of cloth. For a second, his imagination supplied the sensation of heat, some leftover warmth trapped in fabric, but there was nothing. Only the biting cold of a room that had been chilled for years. He pressed a little harder, turning his grip into an attempt to shake the man gently. "Captain," he said more out of habit than hope. "Answer me." The body in the chair stayed exactly as it was. That was the moment Brighton stopped thinking of the figure as a man and started accepting something much worse. He was not looking at a corpse in the usual sense, not at a body that had softened, slumped, decayed. He was looking at someone who had been caught exactly where death had found him and pinned there by the cold. This captain had been dead for 16 years, and he was still sitting at his desk, hand on his last entry, like he might pick up the pen again if the room ever warmed up. The realization rolled through Brighton in a slow, numbing wave. It wasn't a scream. It was a deep, sinking sensation, like stepping onto what you think is solid ground and feeling it give way. He let go of the shoulder fingers, reluctant to leave the fabric, as if some part of him was afraid the man would crumble to dust under his touch. His eyes went back to the date, to the ink that had outlasted its writer. January 17th, 1823. They hadn't stumbled across a ship that had just recently lost its crew. This wasn't a rescue mission that had come too late by days or even weeks. They had found a vessel that had been drifting preserved in one of the harshest stretches of ocean on Earth for almost 2 decades. 16 years of storms battering these planks. 16 winters of ice forming and breaking around this hull. 16 summers of sun shining on these sails. And yet everything in this cabin was arranged exactly as it had been in the last moment of someone's life. "As God lives," one of the men behind him whispered, voice shaking. How can that be? Brighton didn't know. Was it the cold alone? Was it some freak convergence of temperature and isolation sealing the ship away like an insect trapped in amber? Or was it something less comfortable to name, that there are corners of the world where time does not behave the way it's supposed to, where it gets snagged on a particular moment and decides not to move forward? He knew enough of the sea to understand that it doesn't care who you are or what you want. It doesn't keep graves. It takes them. Bodies go overboard and are swallowed, torn apart, dispersed. Wreckage drifts ashore or sinks to the bottom. Stories end. This ship had refused to obey that rule. Instead of vanishing, it had lingered. A moving monument to a night when an entire crew understood all at once that their story was over. Brighton felt the weight of that knowledge pressing in from all sides. It made the walls of the cabin seem closer, the air thinner. He could feel the eyes of his men on his back waiting for him to explain this, to name it, to tell them what it meant. He had no words for it. He only had the date and the ugly, impossible math of it. 16 years. Captain, another man said softly, as if afraid of being heard by someone other than the living. Brighton closed the logbook with more care than he'd used in touching the dead man. The sound it made, a soft, final thump, felt like the only honest punctuation for what he'd just read. "This ship," he said slowly, his voice sounding strange to his own ears, "has been alone out here far longer than we've been alive to help it." Behind him, someone made a low, involuntary sound, half discomfort, half prayer. Out beyond the walls of the cabin, the sea kept doing what it always does, slapping against the hull, rolling under the keel, indifferent to the fact that it had been carrying a floating tomb for almost 20 years. In my apartment, reading those lines for the first time, I realized I'd been holding my breath. I let it out, a shaky exhale that fogged the air in front of my lips, even though the room wasn't nearly cold enough for that. My HVAC kicked back on just then, filling the silence with its familiar hum. For Captain Brighton, there was no such distraction. There was only the dead man in the chair, the date in the book, and the knowledge that whatever he found below deck was not going to make him feel any better about the way the sea keeps secrets. There's a line in the account that says, almost clinically, further inspection of the vessel revealed the crew deceased below deck. It's amazing how many horrors get flattened into sentences like that. Brighton, standing in that cramped cabin with the dead captain and the closed logbook, knew that whatever waited beneath his boots was going to be worse than the man at the desk. Not louder, not bloodier, just worse. He turned away from the chair. "Search the ship," he said, his voice steady by force. "We need to know how many souls were aboard, and if any still draw breath." Even as he said it, he must have known the truth. There was no warmth here, no voice answering his. The only breath in the room belonged to him and his men, frosting faintly in the cold. They backed out of the captain's quarters together, each of them glancing once, just once, at the seated figure as they passed, like they were afraid he might stand up if they looked too long. Out on deck again, the air felt almost sharp with how clean it was compared to the stale cabin. The wind slapped color back into their cheeks, stung their eyes, tried to shove the memory of that pale neck and frozen hand out of their heads. It didn't succeed. Brighton led the way to the nearest hatch. The wood of it was rimed faintly with frost, the iron handle stiff. When he pulled it open, the smell that rolled up from below wasn't the choking rot of a new death. It was something thinner and stranger, dry, like a room where every living thing had exhaled for the last time, and the air had simply stayed that way. He lowered a lantern down first, the small flame dancing in the cold draft. The light pooled weakly on the steps, and the floor below casting long, warped shadows. "Mind your footing," he said, and then began to descend. The lower deck was darker, the ceiling low enough that even an average-height man might feel the need to duck. The lantern's light pushed back the gloom in small circles, leaving most of the space in suggestion and shadow. It wasn't hard to find them. The first bodies they came across were in what had once been a common area, a sort of makeshift parlor where men might have gathered when the work allowed it. A small table was bolted to the floor, a deck of cards scattered across it. 3 men sat around that table, not sprawled, not collapsed in a way that spoke of sudden violence or panic. They were seated. One leaned back slightly in his chair, head tilted as if he'd just thrown his head back to laugh at a joke. His mouth was parted the tiniest bit. His eyes were half-closed, lashes dusted with frost. A card rested against his fingers, trapped halfway between his hand and the table where it had stuck when his muscles seized. Another had his hands splayed on the wood fingers, frozen mid-gesture over a pile of cards, as if he'd been about to reveal a winning hand or smack the table in mock outrage. His expression was surprisingly calm, not a rictus of fear, just expectation that never landed. The third had slumped forward, but only just shoulders, rounded chin nearly touching his chest. A few cards had slipped from his grasp and lay on the floor beside his boot edges, curled from the cold. His hair had fallen forward over his face. Thin crystals of ice clung to the strands. They looked like mannequins someone had posed for a painting of an ordinary night at sea. Except there were no lanterns burning, no warmth, no sound. The air around them was motionless, except for the slight quiver of the lantern's flame in Brighton's hand. One of his men muttered a curse under his breath and made some sign against evil on his chest. Another whispered, "They died sitting up," in the tone of someone describing a nightmare they haven't fully woken from. Brighton moved the lantern closer, its light sliding across faces and hands that still belonged to these men, and yet didn't. Their skin had the slightly translucent look of wax left too long in the cold. Whatever color had once warmed their cheeks was gone, replaced by a uniform, bloodless pallor. There were no obvious wounds, no dried blood, no signs of a struggle. They had simply stopped. "Come," Brighton said, dragging his gaze away. "We need to see the rest." They found more of them in the narrow passageways leading deeper into the ship. One man lying in a bunk with his arm flung over his face as if he'd just pulled it there to block out light or a headache. Blankets pulled up to his chest stiffened in those folds. Boots still on his feet. Another sitting on a crate back against the wall, hands clasped around a tin cup that held only a rind of ice at the bottom. His head lolled to one side, eyes closed. If not for the frost on his eyelashes, he could have been sleeping. The lantern's light picked out small details that made it worse, not better. A pipe tucked into a belt, long since gone cold. A scrap of cloth pinned above a bunk, maybe a keepsake, a piece of home frozen mid-flutter. A playing piece on a small board halfway between one square and another, as if someone had been about to complete a move and never did. Everywhere they looked, life had been interrupted, not extinguished in a rush. In the dining area, a long table with benches on either side stretched under the low ceiling. Bowls and cups were anchored in place near the middle bits of long, desiccated food clinging to the insides. A ladle rested in a pot that contained only a solid mass of ice now. The ghost of a meal, men were still seated around the table. One had his hands clasped elbows on the wood, as if he'd just paused to think about something someone had said. Another sat with his arms folded across his chest, shoulders slightly hunched, head tipped only a fraction toward the man next to him. His mouth was open as if he'd been caught mid-sentence. At the far end of the table, a man sat apart, gaze fixed on some point beyond the lantern's reach. Frost bloomed in the corners of his eyes. The silence in that room was so complete that Brighton's own breath sounded shockingly loud to him. Each inhale and exhale felt like a violation of a place that had for years accepted only the quiet of things that no longer needed air. He moved through them like a trespasser in a museum where the exhibits had never been meant for human eyes. Captain, one of his men, whispered from the doorway to a smaller cabin off to the side. "You should see this." Brighton followed the voice. The room was barely big enough for a narrow bed, a small chest, and a few hooks on the wall. It was warmer than the passageway, by a hair less exposed to drafts, more insulated by wood on all sides. The lantern's glow filled it almost completely. On the bed lay a woman, She was on her side, facing the wall, body curled naturally, the way people do when they're trying to conserve warmth. Her hair, long and dark, spilled over the pillow and down toward the edge of the mattress strands, stiff with frost where they hung. One hand was tucked under her cheek. The blanket was pulled up over her shoulders and down around her hips, leaving only her head and a bit of neck exposed. Tucked against her chest, cradled in the curve of her body, was a dog. A small one by the look of it, a terrier of some kind. Its fur, once probably wiry and warm, was now stiff and dusted with ice. It lay as if a sleep nose pressed into the woman's collarbone paws folded under its chest. If you walked into that room without knowing the date in the captain's log, you might think they were just resting, waiting for the ship to tilt them gently awake. Brighton stood in the doorway and felt something in him crack that all the storms and near misses and close calls of his career had never touched. He could make sense of men dying at sea in violent ways. He'd seen drownings, injuries, the brutal messy ends that come with ropes and hooks and giant animals being hauled out of the deep. He knew what sudden death looked like. This was different. There was a tenderness to the way the woman's arm curved around the dog, to the line of their bodies pressed together against the cold. Death had not knocked them down. It had slid in and stilled them exactly where they had chosen to be, together facing the walleyes closed. Who were they? One of the men asked quietly. Passengers. Brighton didn't answer. The logbook might have held their names, but he hadn't looked that far back yet. He wasn't sure he wanted to. He took another step into the room and felt the boards complain faintly under his weight. The sound made his skin prickle. It was the only movement in a space that had been unchanged for 16 years. A thin film of rime coated the woman's hair where it met the pillow. The dog's whiskers were outlined in white. Their faces were peaceful in a way that made everything worse, because it suggested they had not expected anything other than the next breath. He backed out slowly. By the time Brighton and his men had finished their circuit of the lower decks, they had counted more bodies than they cared to name aloud. Some were alone in their bunks, some paired with others in cramped quarters, some caught mid-task in narrow corridors. None of them looked like they had met their end in terror. Every one of them looked like life had simply stopped mid-gesture and then refused to resume. No struggling, no desperate claw marks, no signs that they had torn the ship apart trying to escape. Just a crew frozen in the positions they'd chosen for their last moments, whether they knew those moments were last or not. Back on the main deck, the air hit Brighton's lungs like a slap. The open sky felt suddenly too big, too bright, the gray of it harsh, after the close, shadowed spaces below. The men gathered near him without being told, all of them, with the same tight, raw look in their eyes. None of them wanted to break the silence. None of them wanted to be the first to put what they'd just seen into words. For a long moment, the only sounds were the waves hitting the hulls of both ships, the distant creak of rigging, the wind pulling at shredded canvas. Whatever rescuing Brighton had imagined he might do when he'd ordered the dinghy launched was impossible now. There was no one left to feed, no one to warm, no one to ferry back to his own ship. The supplies in the dinghy seemed suddenly absurd, almost insulting gifts meant for mouths that would never chew again. His role had shifted without his consent. He hadn't come here as a savior. He was a witness. "Back to the boat," he said finally, voice rough. "We'll take the log and mark the coordinates. The sea can keep the rest." There was some small mercy in that, he thought. These men had died together, and together they would stay carried by the currents in a kind of terrible drifting mausoleum. As I sat on my couch, laptop glow pale against my legs, I realized my hands had gone still on the keys. I scrolled back up, rereading the description of the woman and the dog of the cards on the table of the frozen captain at his desk. The words blurred for a second, and I had to blink hard to clear them. Then I noticed something. My apartment was too quiet. The HVAC had cycled off again. I hadn't heard it happen this time. The show on the TV was still paused in some meaningless half-frame, no sound leaking from it. Out in the hallway, no doors shut, no footsteps passed. The neon from the gas station sign was still dragging its color back and forth across my ceiling, but even that felt muted. I took my hands off the keyboard and just listened. Nothing, not even the low, familiar hum of the fridge. For a heartbeat, the silence in my small, cluttered living room felt exactly like the silence I'd just spent 1,000 words inside, not empty, but full of all the things that weren't moving. I almost laughed at myself. Almost. Instead, I just sat there waiting for any normal noise to prove I hadn't dragged that ship's stillness back here with me. That's when the fridge clicked. A sharp, clean little sound as the compressor kicked back on, cutting through the quiet like the dot at the end of a sentence. The timing was stupidly perfect. Because at that exact moment, I happened to picture the dead captain's hand slipping off his pen for the last time. The point of it touching the page, leaving one small, final mark. The logbook closing. The pen stopping. My fridge humming back to life. After the frozen ship, my nights stopped feeling casual. Before that story, I had what you'd probably call a normal, boring nighttime routine. I'd leave work, drive home on autopilot, pull into the same spot, in the same cracked parking lot, walk past the same row of cars, with their cooling engines ticking softly under the sodium lights. You know those lights? I'm talking about the harsh orange ones that make everything look a little sick, a little jaundiced. They hum faintly overhead, buzzing like a tired insect that never quite dies. My car door would thump shut, my key fob would chirp, and somewhere outside my view, a dog would bark because a door had opened 3 floors away. The building itself is forgettable square, too many beige walls, too few trees. The lobby smells like old mop water and cheap air freshener. The elevator is slow enough that you can hear it coming before you see it. The cables whine and the motor gives this low, grinding sigh like it resents the effort of lifting people. Most nights it would open on an empty car. I'd step inside, hit my floor, listen to the doors close with that soft, rubbery thunk. The fluorescent light overhead always flickers once before it settles. It used to annoy me. Now it makes me hold my breath for half a second every time. Back when life was just life, those details blurred together. Background noise. My brain filtered them out so I could focus on whatever I was streaming later or what I needed to do the next day. But after I read about Captain Brighton and his 16-year ghost ship, something changed. It started small. I'd step out of my car and notice how quiet the parking lot actually was. The distant hiss of a highway a few blocks over. A single lonely horn somewhere quickly cut off. The soft crackle of the gas station sign across the street, cycling through prices, then flashing its convenience store logo like a heartbeat. I'd stand there for a second, keys in my hand, and it would hit me if the world decided to freeze right now, the way it did around that ship. This is exactly how I'd be preserved. A slightly hunched figure in a cheap jacket grocery bag digging into my fingers, caught mid-step under ugly orange light. That thought followed me inside. In the elevator, I'd watch the floor numbers creep up. 1, 2, 3. Each beep loud in the small metal box. I'd wonder what it would feel like if the building shook once and then never again. If the cables locked. If the hum of the motor stopped mid-sigh and the air went strangely still. At my floor, the doors always struggle for a second before sliding open. They stutter a little like someone's holding them on the other side, and then lets go. I step out into a hallway that's way too long for how many apartments it actually has. Beige carpet, beige walls. A single line of ceiling lights leading all the way to the red glow of the exit sign. There's a kind of buzz in the air from the wiring and the lights, and my neighbor's TV. It's subtle, but it's there. Once you notice it, you can't unhear it. At first, that sound reassured me it meant things were running, working, alive. Then I read one too many strange but true stories, and the buzz started to feel less like life and more like something breathing just out of frame. I kept reading anyway. That's the stupid part. You'd think if something started to bother you that much, you'd step away. Close the laptop, watch something light, but my brain did this thing where it framed all of it as training. Like if I read enough accounts, watched enough videos, listened to enough people talk about the worst nights of their lives, I'd somehow inoculate myself. I wouldn't be caught off guard. I'd recognize the early signs of a bad story forming around me and cut it off before it got to the twist. It's a lie you tell yourself so you can keep going deeper. So I kept going. The frozen ship story had lodged itself in my mind as Exhibit A. The world can preserve horror far longer than it has any business lasting. I told myself the next one would be less bad, something cleaner, something with edges that weren't so sharp. Instead, I found the airport. On the screen, it was just a brief write-up kept short. Light on adjectives, heavy on facts. But buried in those facts was something that made my skin crawl in a completely different way. It wasn't about a monster. It wasn't about a cursed object or a haunted house. It was about a regular man whose fear rewired the way he saw the world. And then the world basically shrugged and said, "Yeah, fair enough." The case took place in India in 1958 at an abandoned airfield locals whispered about. The kind of place kids dare each other to approach, but only in daylight. An airport that had outlived its usefulness and was now living out its second life as a rumor. The more I read, the more details filled themselves in, like my brain was building a little movie set to hang the facts on. An old runway baking under the night sky. Hangars with gaping mouths, rusted teeth of metal and broken glass. Control tower windows staring blankly over nothing. A perimeter fence that's more suggestion than barrier at this point. 4 men walking toward the gate with flashlights. One of them, Ram Thapa, is already certain this is a bad idea. Not in the jokey, spooky way his boss is, but in that deep, sick way where your stomach knows before the rest of you. Ram believed in ghosts. Like, really believed. In a world where a lot of us roll our eyes and laugh about the dark being creepy, he lived in a place where the dark was an active participant in people's lives, where stories of vengeful spirits and restless dead weren't just told for fun, they were warnings. He didn't want to go. His boss told him to, so he went. And because belief and fear together can make people do strange things, Ram brought something with him that made everything that followed possible: a knife. Not for self-defense against muggers. Not because he thought there were wild animals on the property. He brought it for the ghosts. It sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud, like bringing a baseball bat to a thunderstorm. But that detail lodged itself in my head and stayed there. Because that's how fear works, right? It rarely makes sense from the outside. But from the inside, it feels like the most rational thing in the world. I sat there on my couch, the glow from the gas station sign flickering over the wall, the hallway buzz coming and going through my front door, and I realized the pattern I was falling into. Story 1. The world can freeze you in the moment you're least prepared to die. Story 2. You can be completely alive, all your systems functioning, and your mind can still make you dangerous to everyone around you. By the time I'd finished the summary, my apartment felt smaller again, like the walls had inched closer while I was reading. I could hear my upstairs neighbor walking back and forth, a slow, uneven rhythm. One of my hallway cameras pinged with a silent notification. I didn't check it right away. Instead, I clicked into a more detailed account of what happened at that airport on the night of May 20th, 1958, and I followed Ram through the gate. If you strip away the headline and the verdict and the hindsight, the night itself started like a bad idea disguised as a joke. It was May 20th, 1958, the kind of hot, close night where the air feels thick in your lungs even after the sun is gone. The old airport sat on the outskirts of a city just far enough away that most people could pretend it didn't exist unless they were looking for it. Ram Thapa wasn't looking for it. His boss was. Ram was young enough that obeying orders still felt safer than challenging them. He worked for a man who didn't scare easy, a man who looked at empty land and saw potential, not ghosts. That boss had heard the rumors, of course. Everyone had. That the airport was haunted. That lights moved out on the runway at night when there was no electricity running to the towers. That people heard voices inside the hangars when the wind was still. That if you watched the control tower windows long enough after midnight, you'd see people in uniforms walk past the glass and never come out the other side. Depending on who you asked, that was either a warning or free marketing. The boss leaned toward marketing. If he could buy the property, he could turn it into storage or a factory or something new. Land is land even when it's carrying stories, maybe especially then. People get bored, slap the word haunted on something, and a certain type of tourist shows up with money. Before he even started paperwork, though, he wanted to see it with his own eyes. So he called up a friend and told him to come along, and he told Ram and another employee to meet him that night for a little inspection. Little, right. Ram didn't argue, not out loud, but he did something else, something that said more than words. When he got dressed that evening, light shirt, worn trousers, boots that could handle weeds and broken concrete, he took the largest knife he owned and slid it into a sheath at his waist. The kind of knife you use for real work, not kitchen chores. A knife that had seen rope and wood, and if needed, things that breathed. He checked the edge, testing it with his thumb, and told himself he was being practical. You never know what's living in abandoned places. Wild dogs, snakes, desperate people. The part of him that believed in ghosts, though called it something else, protection. By the time the four men reached the edge of the property, it was late enough that the sky had gone from purple to full black. Stars pricked through the haze overhead. The city's lights left a faint orange smear low on the horizon, but out here it was mostly darkness. Their truck's headlights swept over the fence first, chain link sagging in places where supports had bent or rusted through. Strips of old caution tape fluttered in the breeze like torn flags. A metal sign hung crookedly from two screws, the airport's name faded almost to nothing. The gate itself was secured with a chain and padlock that had seen better decades. The boss hopped down from the truck, dusted off his hands, and approached the gate like a man about to open a new opportunity, not an old wound. There are two ways this part of the story could go. One, he pulls a key from his pocket, some early symbol of a deal already in motion, and simply unlocks the gate. Two, he doesn't have a key, but he has bolt cutters and the confidence that no one who matters will care. Either way, the chain comes off. The gate moves. The hinges protest with a long metallic shriek that shivers through the night and then dies. The sound bounces off the empty hangars and comes back thinner like an echo that's already lost patience. The four men step through. They all carry flashlights, heavy metal-bodied ones with buttons that click loudly when pressed. The beams slice into the dark and make a strange kind of tunnel vision. Wherever the light is, the world exists. Everywhere else, it might as well be a different planet. Up front, the boss and his friend walk side by side, their lights playing over the nearest structures. They talk as they go half business, half banter. How big the hangar looks, whether the runway could be repaved, how the chambers in the control tower might be converted into offices. Behind them, the other employee follows his light swinging lazily, catching glimpses of broken glass and patches of stubborn grass. Ram comes last. His beam is tighter. Nervous, it jumps from the path in front of his boots to the yawning mouths of hangar doors, to the shadowed spaces under old wings, to the dark rectangle of the control tower door. Every time his light catches something unexpected, a glint of metal, a bird taking off a scrap of fabric moving in the wind, his heart lurches. He tells himself to focus on the ground. Don't look into the windows. Don't imagine faces there. Don't think about the stories, the late-night crash that some people say never made it into the official reports. The bodies that were taken away in a hurry, the ones that, depending on who's telling it, were never claimed. The airport feels wrong in the way places feel wrong when they were built for a specific purpose and then denied it. Runways are meant to send things into the sky. Without that, they're just long scars of asphalt under empty air. The four men's footsteps crunch on gravel and bits of broken tarmac. Their shadows cast by their own flashlights stretch and twist on the ground beside them, like hesitant companions. As they move deeper into the property, the noises of the city fade. No honks, no voices, no radios. The only sounds are the ones they bring with them. The scrape of boots, the click of flashlight switches, the occasional nervous laugh. Here and there they pass the skeletal remains of machinery. A wheeled staircase tilted on its side like a dead animal. A refueling truck with its tires long rotted away, resting on its metal bones. The ghostly outline of where planes once parked, marked by faded paint and stains on the ground. At one point, the boss stops and swings his light up toward a hangar. The building is massive, its curved roof looming against the sky like a hunched shoulder. The doors are closed, but there's a jagged, irregular gap where metal has warped over time. Through that gap, nothing moves. Look at that, he says, half to himself, half to the others. Think how many vehicles we could store in there. His friend chuckles. Or spirits, he says, voice teasing. You could charge admission to see them. Ram forces a smile he doesn't feel. His hand strays to the knife again, fingers brushing the worn handle. The gesture is automatic, like checking a seatbelt. He feels watched. It's not rational. He knows that. He tells himself it's just the way empty buildings always seem to be, staring back all those dark windows and open doors. Still, the hair at the back of his neck won't lie down. They keep moving. Eventually, the clutter of outbuildings and hangars thins and the space opens up. Ahead of them lies the runway, a long, straight stretch of darkness, slightly lighter than the surrounding ground, disappearing into the night. Even in disrepair, it dominates the landscape. There's something inherently unsettling about a road that goes nowhere. The boss steps onto it first, his boots ringing faintly on the cracked surface. The others follow. Here, with no walls or structures close by, their flashlight beams feel smaller, swallowed by the open air. They have to angle them downward to feel grounded. If they shine them straight ahead, the light just disappears into emptiness after a few yards. Instinctively, they all shift their focus. The boss and his friend aim their lights toward a huge hangar that sits off to one side of the runway. its windows like a row of blind eyes. They start playing their beams across the glass, laughing when dust motes and spider webs sparkle in the light. Maybe the ghosts are on a break. The friend calls his voice, trying to sound bigger than the space around him. The other employee adds something about overtime pay for spirits, and they both crack up their laughter a little too loud. Ram doesn't join in. He shines his flashlight straight ahead down the center of the runway into the thickest part of the dark. That's when he sees it. At first it's so small, he thinks it's a trick of his tired eyes. Just a pale smudge hanging low over the ground off to the right of the runway. His beam crosses it for a heartbeat and keeps going, but something about the way it glowed steady, not reflective hooks into his attention. He swings the light back. There. A soft, circular glow in the black. Not bright like a car's headlights or harsh like a flood lamp. Warm, almost cozy. The color of a candle flame behind frosted glass. It hangs maybe a meter or two above the ground. Alone. Boss Ram says, his voice thinner than he wants. Do you see that? The other three turn their own lights, drifting away from the hangar windows and following the line of Ram's outstretched arm. What his boss asks, "Where there?" Ram's beam steadies on the orb. The more he stares, the more solid it becomes. That light, out by the field. One by one, the other beams find it. For a second, the combined brightness washes everything out. Then they adjust, narrowing, and the orb stands out clearly against the surrounding dark. Lantern, the friend says after a moment. Has to be. Someone's out here. Who would be out here now? Ram mutters. The boss shrugs. Security squatters, lovers. He grins over his shoulder. Ghosts. Nobody laughs this time. The longer they look, the more they notice that the light isn't actually floating by itself. There's something under it, around it. At ground level, in the pool of faint illumination, shapes move. At first, they're just vague, shadowy blobs shifting and folding in on themselves. But as the men walk slowly forward and their lights get closer, those blobs start resolving into something more distinct. Shoulders, arms, heads. 3 individual figures clustered around the base of the light. The scene looks almost domestic in a way, like people gathered around a campfire. They seem to be bending, straightening, doing something on the ground, picking something, searching. The boss raises his flashlight a little higher. Hey, he calls, tone brisk, but not unfriendly. You there? This is private property. Who's out on the field? His words travel easily in the open air. There's no traffic noise to swallow them, no other sounds to compete with. They sail out across the cracked surface of the runway and reach the figures at the lantern with no trouble. The figures don't react. They go on with whatever they're doing, heads bowed, hands moving in that slow, repetitive way that people have when they're focused on a simple task. Ram's chest tightens. Something about that indifference feels wrong. Even if they were trespassers, even if they were doing something they shouldn't be doing, they should at least flinch. Look up. Freeze like kids caught where they aren't supposed to be. Maybe they didn't hear you, the other employee suggests. Try again. The boss cups a hand around his mouth. You! He shouts louder now. With the light, who are you? As if the volume itself has weight, the night seems to push back. This time something happens. The 3 gray shapes at the lantern stop. Not slowly, not gradually. All at once, like someone hit pause. Their hands still, their shoulders stiffen. Then, in eerie unison, their heads turn. The flashlights hit their faces as they lift them. What happens next is one of those moments that determines everything that follows. The cones of light slice across the lantern's warm glow, and catch on eyes, multiple sets of eyes reflecting back. It's a split-second image, but it lands hard. 3 thin faces turn toward them. 3 pairs of eyes shining with that amplified brightness that happens when light hits moisture. The features around those eyes blurred by distance and shadow, hard to classify. Faces that could belong to anyone, to no one. The boss sees people, trespassers, at worst thieves. Ram sees something else. He sees the stories he's been hearing since he was a child. The ones about spirits that lure the living with strange lights. About souls trapped in the last places they saw while they were alive, condemned to repeat the same motions over and over. He sees those eyes catching their light and throwing it back without surprise, without fear, like they'd been waiting for exactly this moment. His skin goes cold under the warm night air, his fingers already hovering near his knife close around the hilt. There's a part of his mind that tries to protest, that whispers they might just be people. Wait, look harder, listen, but it is drowned in a roar of older, deeper messages. This place is haunted. If you see them, they've already seen you. If you don't act, they will. The boss starts to say something else, maybe a warning, maybe another shout. Ram doesn't hear it. In his world, in this second, there are only 2 facts. There are ghosts at the edge of the runway, and he is carrying the only thing he believes can protect them. Something clicks inside him. If fear had a sound, that's what it would be. Not a scream, a click, a switch flipping from later to now. Ram moves. He doesn't warn the others, doesn't say, "I'll handle it." There isn't time for that in the story his mind is telling him. Either he acts first, or the thing at the lantern does, so he runs. One moment he's standing with the other men, their beams converging in a shaky triangle on that distant light. The next, he's a blur separating from the group, boots hammering against the abused concrete of the runway. Ram, his boss, shouts, shocked, "What are you doing?" The beams of the other flashlights jerk wildly, trying to follow him. For a heartbeat, the world becomes chaos in light, the orb. The figures Ram's back the scuffed surface of the runway, jumping in and out of brightness. From afar, it might look almost comical. One man charging toward a lantern like a spooked kid at a campout. On the ground, it is deadly serious. Ram's hand yanks the knife free of its sheath. The metal flashes once in the tangle of beams. He is not thinking in words anymore. He is pure motion, pure intent. The stories of ghosts that hurt people who disrespect them, the warnings about cursed land, the shrill, disbelieving part of him that can't believe he agreed to come here, everything funnels into this one desperate act. He isn't a murderer in his own mind. He's a shield. He's protecting his boss, his co-worker, the friend, himself, from whatever those eyes belong to. The lantern's glow swells in his vision. The 3 shapes around it, 3 women picking flowers in the rough grass at the edge of the runway. Though he doesn't know that yet, freeze as they see a stranger sprinting toward them with a blade in his hand and wild terror in his eyes. Somewhere far away in time and space, a judge will later look at all of this and say he truly believed they were ghosts. In this moment, that belief is already in the air, in the smear of his footsteps, in the way his knuckles whiten around the handle of the knife. By the time the others fully register what's happening, by the time their shout of "stop" leaves their throats, it's too late. Fear has already decided what is real. If this were a movie, this is where the director would smash cut. 1 second, Ram sprinting across the cracked runway, knife flashing, the lantern swelling in his vision, 3 silhouettes twisting in panic as the beams of 4 flashlights tangle and blind everyone at once. Next second, fluorescent lights, concrete floors, metal bench, Ram Thapa in handcuffs. That's how the court record reads in its own way. One paragraph ends with the incident on the runway. The next begins with the accused was taken into custody and questioned at length by police. Everything truly horrible lives in the missing space between those lines. I didn't want to imagine what happened in that space. The human brain does it anyway. So I'll keep it where the documents kept it brief. Factual. Blunt. The ghosts were 3 women. They weren't spirits. They weren't cursed. They weren't trapped between worlds. They were just villagers who had walked onto the disused airfield to pick flowers that grew in the rough grass near the edge of the runway. The orb of light that hovered above them was exactly what it looked like once you stopped being afraid, a lantern. They were bent over their work, talking quietly, when a strange man came running toward them out of the dark. They saw the knife too late. When the shouting and screaming started different screaming, then the ghost stories promised the messy, breathless kind that belongs entirely to the living. It shook something loose in the other 3 men. The boss and his friend and the other employee tore themselves out of their own shock and sprinted after Ram. By the time they reached him, there was blood on the cracked tarmac. The lantern had been knocked sideways, and the 3 shapes on the ground were no longer abstract. One woman was dying. One had been cut trying to shield the other, her arm a mess of shallow wounds. The third was in hysterics, trapped between trying to staunch the bleeding and trying to shove herself between her friends and the man who had just attacked them. Ram's knife hand hung at his side. His chest heaved. Whatever trance his fear had put him into snapped under the weight of what his eyes were finally letting him see. These were not pale, glowing spirits from stories told around fires. These were flesh and blood people. Their fear was not the eerie, distant kind. It was loud and raw and horribly familiar. The boss wrenched the knife out of his hand. Someone shoved him backwards away from the women. The lantern rolled its light, swinging wildly over concrete and skin and spilled flowers. There are details omitted in the official account. You can feel where the writer flinched away. They don't tell you which woman it was who died. They don't give you her name in the same paragraph as the word stabbed. They just say she succumbed to her injuries before medical help arrived. That clean little phrase wraps a lot of chaos in a white sheet. By the time the police arrived, the lantern's flame had guttered out. What was left on the runway was a mess: a dead woman, 2 wounded, 3 distraught men, and 1 attacker who wouldn't stop saying the same thing over and over. I thought they were ghosts. I picture him in the back of the police jeep later that night, wrists bound, rocking slightly as the vehicle bumps over ruts. The air inside is thick with sweat and the metallic tang that lingers even after blood is wiped away. The officers in front don't look back much. Their faces are set. They've seen enough violence in their careers to know what a clear case looks like. Except this one isn't clear at all, because when they asked him why he ran, why he didn't shout, why he didn't wait to see what was actually happening before he turned human beings into enemies, he didn't say, "I don't know." He didn't say, "I was angry." He didn't say, "I just snapped." He said, "They were dead already." Over and over in different words, that's what he told them. He believed with a sincerity that shook the people who had to write it down that the 3 women at the edge of the runway were spirits, that attacking them wasn't murder. It was self-defense against something that didn't belong in the world anymore. That belief did not waver even as the evidence piled up in front of him, the blood on his clothes, the statements from his boss and the other men, the sobbing testimonies of the 2 surviving women. In Ram's head, the story hadn't changed. He had gone to a haunted airport. He had seen what he had been taught to fear, and he had done the only thing he thought he could do. The police shackled his hands. They sat him down in a station lit by harsh, buzzing fluorescence. They put papers in front of him and asked him questions while someone with a pen tried to turn all of it into neat lines and tidy boxes. Outside the city went on being a city. Shops closed. Buses ran. Dogs barked. People went to sleep in small, hot rooms. Inside, a man who believed in ghosts sat at a metal table, and the world quietly decided what to call what he'd done. By the time I finished the section about the arrest, my own living room felt like it was tilting. I looked up from the laptop and saw my reflection faintly in the black TV screen. My face looked strange, too serious for somebody sitting on a couch under a blanket. I closed the laptop halfway again, but didn't shut it all the way. The story was like a book you put face down for a moment, and then pick back up because you need to know how the ending goes, even if you already suspect you won't like it. The frozen ship had been a horror of environment. This one was a horror of explanation. Because the most unnerving part wasn't what happened on the runway. It was what happened later in a room full of ordinary people under bright, ordinary lights, when all of this had to be weighed and measured. It was the moment a group of strangers were asked to decide whether belief could be more real than the evidence of your own eyes. And they said yes. The trial itself was not particularly long. Cases like this rarely are. The facts, at least on paper, were straightforward. There were multiple witnesses. There was physical evidence. There was no mystery about who had done what. Ram had run toward 3 women and attacked them with a knife. 1 had died. 2 had been badly hurt. He did not deny it. He couldn't. The defense wasn't built on, "I didn't do this." It was built on, "I didn't understand what I was doing when I did this." In court, on the days the case was heard, the environment would have been almost painfully normal. Wooden benches, ceiling fans turning slowly overhead, stirring hot air. The murmur of people shifting, coughing, whispering. The scrape of chairs. The shuffle of official papers. Up front, the judge. To one side, the lawyers. In the middle of it all, a man in clean clothes that didn't quite fit right hands, sweating, trying not to stare at the 2 women whose lives he had torn apart. Court documents are terrible at capturing atmosphere. They are good at names, dates, charges, sentences. They do not tell you how someone's voice sounded when they described the worst thing that ever happened to them. They leave out the tremor in a hand pointing across the room at the person responsible. But between the lines, you can build a picture. The women testify. They talk about going to the airfield to collect flowers, herbs, and blossoms that grew in the scrub around the runway. They talk about bringing the lantern, about laughing at their own small defiance of the rumors. They talk about the first moment they saw the lights of 4 flashlights in the distance, and how for a brief moment they were just curious. Then, the moment that curiosity turned to fear. A stranger breaking away from the group of men sprinting toward them, a blade flashing in the light. Their voices crack when they talk about the friend they lost. The friend whose name appears in the documents only as a victim, never as the person who loved certain songs, or laughed too loud, or always remembered to bring extra water. The prosecution presents all this calmly. They argue that whatever Ram believed his actions directly led to harm, that he chose to bring a knife, that he chose to charge, that he had options he didn't take, calling out, stopping, reassessing when he got closer. The jury listens. They also listen to the other 3 men, the boss and his friend and the co-worker, who describe the same scene from a different angle. They admit they joked about ghosts. They admit they coaxed Ram into coming, despite his obvious fear. They admit they did not expect, even for a second, that he would actually attack anyone. They describe his face in that moment, not angry, not drunk, not wild with rage, terrified, like he was the one about to die. And then Ram speaks. This part, more than anything, stuck with me, because in that courtroom, He has every reason to lie, to soften, to say he panicked when he recognized the women as human and lashed out in confusion. He doesn't. He tells the judge exactly what he told the police. He tells them about the stories he grew up with, about the people in his village who swore they'd seen lights move on that runway long after the electricity was cut, about the way elders warned kids not to go there at night because the dead still walked there, reliving their last steps. He describes the orb of light, the figures beneath it, the way their eyes flashed in the beam of his flashlight. He swears over and over that in that moment, he did not see living women. He saw what he had been taught to fear all his life. In his mind, he wasn't attacking 3 people gathering flowers. He was protecting himself and his companions from ghosts. There's a phrase buried in the legal summary that made me stop and stare. When I read it, the defendant held a sincere belief, not an excuse, not a tactic, a belief, sincere. The horror in that word is quiet, but it is deep. Because once the court accepts that everything else starts to bend around it. Experts testify about superstition, about cultural context, about the way deeply held beliefs can shape perception. They talk about mass suggestion, about contextual reality, about how the mind can lock onto an interpretation so completely that all incoming evidence is forced to fit that mold. The prosecution pushes back. They point at the physical world. Regardless of what he thought, they say, this is what happened. A body, scars, trauma. But law, it turns out, is not only about what happened. It's also about why. So the question the trial pivots on is not, did he do it, but did he understand what he was doing? Did Ram know that he was stabbing a living woman? Or did he truly believe something else, that jury? Those ordinary people sitting on wooden benches in a hot room decades ago lean toward the second answer. They look at this man in front of them, speaking softly about ghosts in a place that most of them probably never think of at all. They look at his boss, who admits to stoking those fears with jokes. They look at the 2 women whose loss is real and unquestionable. And then they do something that made the hairs rise on my arms when I read it. They acquit him. Not on a technicality, not because of evidence mishandled or witnesses coerced. They acquit him because they believe he truly believed. To them, his fear is not just an explanation, it's an excuse. Reading that, I felt a cold slide down my spine that had nothing to do with ships in frozen oceans. The world the frozen schooner lived in was harsh and indifferent, but it obeyed certain rules. Ice kills. Fire keeps you alive. Time passes. If the cold is deep enough, it can hold a moment in place. The world of the airport told a different story. In that world, reality itself seemed negotiable. If enough people agree that believing something makes it true enough, then the consequences of that belief get softened, smoothed over, explained away. How does the world just continue after that? I caught myself saying out loud in my apartment. A woman was dead. 2 others would carry scars inside and out for the rest of their lives. And the man who did it was allowed to walk out of that courtroom because at the crucial moment, fear had convinced him the people in front of him were already gone. He sat in a dock under electric lights and convinced a room that what he'd seen on the runway was not 3 women at the edge of a lantern's glow. It was ghosts, and the jury said in effect, "We believe that you believed that, and that is enough." The horror here isn't supernatural at all. It's the realization that your mind doesn't have to be broken in some obvious way to be dangerous. It just has to be scared enough for long enough in the wrong place. If belief can overwrite sight, if what you expect to see can become more real to you than what is actually in front of you, then people become unstable variables. The stranger walking behind you on a dark street. The driver who thinks you're following him. The guy in your building who starts sleeping less and less and reading more and more true horror online. If the wrong idea gets inside their head and settles there, who do they see when they look at you? Neighbors, threats, ghosts. By the time I finished reading about the verdict, my laptop felt heavier. The lines of text seemed to blur at the edges. The words acquitted and sincere belief sat side by side, and my brain kept trying to convince itself it had misread them. Fear had walked into a courtroom and walked back out wearing a man's face and holding a not guilty verdict like a little shield. I closed the laptop the rest of the way. The sound of it snapping shut was too loud in the room. The first time I noticed the new habit, it was almost too small to name. I'd gotten home late again. Parking lot, sodium lights, elevator hallway, same routine. My hands were full plastic grocery bag, digging into one palm mail tucked under my arm keys, bit between my teeth for a second, while I fumbled with the lock. I opened my door and stepped inside, hit the light switch with my elbow. The living room blinked into existence, couch, coffee table, TV, the usual mess. I set everything down, kicked off my shoes, and walked back to the door to throw the deadbolt. My hand hovered over the lock, and then slid up instead, to the peephole. I leaned in one eye, pressed to the cool metal ring, and looked. The hallway outside was silent. Beige carpet, beige walls. The red exit sign glowing at the far end like always. No one standing outside my door. No one standing near any of the doors I could see. I stared for a few seconds longer than I needed to, like if I just kept watching, something might materialize at the edge of the fisheye view. Nothing did. I dropped the deadbolt into place, turned away, and got on with my night. It wasn't until 3 or 4 nights later that I realized I'd started doing it every time. Unlock door, step in, set things down, turn, check peephole, lock. I told myself it was stupid, a normal caution. Everyone does it sometimes, but there was something about the way my body moved that betrayed me. It wasn't a choice, it was a reflex. Like what Ram had done with his knife. Different stakes, obviously. I wasn't going to hurt anyone by looking through a peephole, but the pattern was there in miniature. Encounter door. Assume possibility of threat. Check. I added another layer without even thinking about it. My door has one of those cheap black rectangle cameras above it, the kind you buy online, stick up yourself and connect to an app. Ring Nest, whatever flavor. It pings my phone whenever someone walks in front of it and records short clips I can review later. I'd always used it, but casually. If a notification buzzed my phone and I was bored, I'd check. Half the time it was nothing but somebody's pizza delivery or my neighbor's dog. After the trial story, those little pings became something else. I started scrolling through the day's clips before bed. A quick ritual, just to make sure everything was normal. A guy in a blue shirt dropping off packages. The woman down the hall bringing in her recycling bins. A kid in pajamas, hair sticking up, running to the trash chute with a bag that was clearly too heavy for him. Nothing weird, nothing scary. But every time I hit end on the last clip, I felt an odd, hollow relief. As if I'd just avoided something, instead of simply confirming that my hallway was one of thousands of anonymous hallways in anonymous apartment buildings across the country. At night, the building changes. You know this if you've ever lived in one. During the day, it's a hive. Doors opening and closing, elevators dinging, pipes groaning, snippets of music leaking under thresholds. At night, it's a tunnel. The overhead lights in my hallway stay on, but they dim just enough that shadows have more opinions. The exit sign at the end becomes less of a suggestion and more of a threat. The carpet eats sound, so footsteps either vanish entirely or explode into the quiet if someone happens to be wearing the wrong shoes. One of the first nights after reading about Ram's acquittal, I turned everything off in my apartment TV, laptop, kitchen light and stood near my door with the interior light off, just listening. Above me, my upstairs neighbor was walking around, slow, uneven steps, maybe doing dishes, maybe pacing while on a phone call, maybe just existing. The sound filtered down as muted thumps, in no way unusual. My body reacted like it was back on the runway. My shoulders went tense. My breathing shortened. For one irrational second, I pictured 3 women at the edge of a field turning their heads at the same time, eyes flashing in someone else's flashlight beam. Somewhere down the hall, a TV murmured through a wall, dull bass notes, the rise and fall of voices blurred by plaster. A toilet flushed. Water rushed through pipes. Normal, normal, normal. My brain, freshly trained by too many true horror cases, tried to make them into something else. What if the footsteps above me aren't just footsteps? What if my neighbor is dragging something heavy? What if that sudden thump was not a dropped book, but a body hitting the floor? It doesn't help that my phone picks those moments to vibrate. Motion detected at your front door. That familiar little banner slides down from the top of the screen, and my stomach does the same drop every time. Most nights when I check, it's nothing. The timestamp shows someone passing by earlier. The live feed displays an empty hallway, the camera's lens distorting the far end into a slight bulge. The exit sign glows, the carpet lies still. No one is there. One night, though, the timing got me. I was already keyed up, the apartment too quiet, the trial still replaying in my head, the words sincere belief echoing louder than they should. I was rinsing a plate in the sink when something heavy hit the floor directly above me. A single hard thump, then silence. The dish slipped a little in my soapy hand. My heart froze. The rational part of my mind assembled a list of possibilities in under a second: a dropped pan, a chair being scooted, a box getting knocked over. The other part, the one I'd been feeding with stories, went somewhere else. Someone fell. Someone is lying up there alone. Someone just stopped moving. My phone vibrated on the counter. I flinched, soap and water splashing. For a heartbeat I half expected to see when I looked at the screen, a view of my hallway with something wrong in it. A shape where no shape should be. Eyes reflecting the cheap overhead lights. Instead, it was the same text as always. Ring motion detected at your front door. My hands were shaking as I swiped it open. The live feed loaded. For a second, all I saw was the spinning circle of buffering, which somehow felt worse. Then the grainy widescreen hallway came into view. No one was there. Just the carpet, the walls, the exit sign. Except this time, at the very edge of the frame, there was some movement, just the tail end of it. A blur of shadow as the stairwell door swung shut, returning to stillness. Someone had just walked by. A neighbor heading in or out. That's all. I watched the loop 3 times anyway. The new habit solidified quietly over the next few weeks. Every unexplained noise, every unusual bump, every odd creak, every elevator door that seemed to take a fraction of a second too long to open made my body react first. Fight, flight, freeze. Check the camera. I tell myself I'm being careful, that I'm just more aware. That if something bad ever did happen in this building, I'd be one of the first to know because I pay attention. But there's another thought lodged underneath that one, and it's not comfortable. If I keep feeding this fear, if I keep watching and watching and watching, what happens when my brain starts filling in the blanks without asking me first? What happens when the shape at the end of the hallway isn't just a neighbor anymore? when the thump upstairs isn't just a dropped box, when my eyes see one thing and my mind decides it's another, because that makes more sense to the story I've built. The really unsettling part is not that Ram thought the women were ghosts. It's that a room full of people later agreed his belief mattered more than what actually happened. Standing in my dim living room, listening to my building breathe around me, I realized something I probably should have understood sooner. The fear wasn't in the stories anymore. It was in me, in my hand hesitating over the deadbolt, in my eye pressed to the peephole, in my thumb hovering over the camera app at 2 a.m, ready to turn a perfectly ordinary hallway into a potential scene. The frozen ship taught me that the world can trap you in your last moment. Ram's trial taught me something worse. You don't have to be trapped by ice. You can be trapped by what you expect to see. And in the right hallway on the wrong night, that might be enough to make anybody dangerous. By the time I found the Taiwan case, I already knew I was doing this to myself. I'd gone from watching strange but true videos once in a while to letting them autoplay while I made dinner, folded laundry, brushed my teeth. The algorithm didn't have to work very hard. I kept clicking. Frozen ship, haunted airport, fear in a courtroom. Each one slid into the next like beads on a string. But this one stopped me before I even clicked play. It was the way people talked about it in the comments and sidebars. Phrases like worst family ritual ever documented, warnings about disgusting content and not for the faint of stomach. The kind of disclaimers that, if you're honest, are as much an invitation as they are a warning. My cursor hovered over the title. I could feel my own hesitation, a little knot of resistance in my chest. Not because I was worried about being scared. The frozen ship had already handled that part. The airport had taught me what fear can make a person do. This, from everything I could tell, was something else. Something that was going to get under my skin in a different way. Not by showing me a monster, but by making me think too long about bodies. About what people are willing to do to their own when they think it will save them. Here's the thing, I don't do well with certain kinds of horror. You can throw me into pitch-black forests with whispering shadows. You can lock me in abandoned hospitals with flickering lights. You can show me ghosts at the end of long hallways and doors that open by themselves. I'll flinch. I'll sleep badly. But I'll come back. The stuff that sticks, the stuff that makes me close my eyes when I remember it, is always the same smell. Silence. Aftermath. Not the moment of impact, but what the air feels like after. What the room smells like when something wrong has been happening for hours and no one opened a window. How a place is arranged when you walk in long after the worst thing has already finished and left its fingerprints on every surface. That's what this story is. So if disgust isn't your thing, I kind of get it. I'm not going to describe anything here in graphic medical detail. There won't be slow-motion close-ups of what bodies can do under stress. The horror in this story doesn't need that kind of help. It's bad enough in the clean version. What makes it so much worse to me is how close it comes to everything that's already been happening in my head. I just spent hours thinking about nature and fear and belief. Nature in the frozen ship was indifferent. It didn't hate or love the men on that schooner. It just kept being cold until their bodies matched it. The horror there was how small we are compared to the weather. Fear in the airport was an author. It rewrote reality, for Ram convinced him 3 women were ghosts, and then sat in a courtroom while people nodded along like that made sense. This Taiwan story takes both of those and flips them inward. It's not the ocean. It's not an abandoned property. It's a regular apartment in a busy city, a building a lot like mine. Concrete plumbing neighbors, TV noise, doorbells, and it's not fear of something outside. It's belief in something inside. Not demons in the Hollywood sense with horns and tails and flaming eyes, but the idea of being possessed, of not being in full control of yourself, of something unseen moving your hand to your mouth and convincing you to do things you would never do otherwise. That's what this family believed. That's what turned an upstairs neighbor from kind of eccentric but harmless into the source of the single worst smell a young man downstairs would ever experience in his life. The more I read about it, the more I realized this wasn't just the gross story everyone said it was. It was about lines. The line between religious devotion and obsession. The line between we're trying to help our sick daughter and we've become the thing that's killing her. The line between the sound of normal family life and the sound of something going very, very wrong behind a ceiling you share. It starts like a lot of bad stories do on a night where nothing is supposed to happen. April 9th, 2005. In Kaohsiung City, Taiwan, a young man sits alone in his apartment watching TV. He's downstairs. Above him, the Wu family is getting ready to perform a ritual. To him at first it's just noise. Like always, stomping, chanting, the occasional crash. He's used to it. He tells himself they're just being who they are, that their faith is not his business, that it's not his place to complain about how other people practice their beliefs. He turns the volume up and lets the sounds become part of the wallpaper of his life. Noise, belief, nature humming along outside the building like it doesn't care either way. If this were any other night, that would be the end of it. But something happens upstairs. Something that will eventually leave a smell so thick and wrong, it will push through the floorboards and the walls and crawl down into the young man's apartment. A smell that weeks later, years later, he will swear he can still taste in the back of his throat when he remembers. A smell that tells the truth about what belief can make people do, not just to strangers, but to their own children. That's what made this one different. That's what made me take a longer breath than usual, mute my own TV and click play. The article I found was clinical. Dates, addresses, ages, a few brief lines about the family's religious practices and the daughter's illness. The exact wording made it sound like a case study, like something professionals talk about in conference rooms with coffee and paper cups. I had to force my brain to remember that at the center of it, there was just a guy trying to watch TV. He doesn't get a name in the official write-ups. I picture him in his mid-20s maybe, old enough to live alone, young enough to still fall asleep in front of the television sometimes. He works during the day, comes home tired, kicks off his shoes, and lets whatever's on the screen rinse the day off his brain. His apartment is directly beneath the Wu family. He knows them in the way you know upstairs neighbors. You don't necessarily know their favorite songs or what they argue about, but you know their footsteps, their door slams, the times they tend to cook, the sounds that carry through ceilings and pipes and vents. The Wus are noticeable. They're deeply religious, not in the Christmas and Easter sense, but in the everyday, everywhere way. They pray out loud. They chant, they burn incense. Sometimes late at night, they perform what the downstairs neighbor thinks of as ceremonies. He doesn't know the exact theology behind them. He doesn't know which spirits or deities are being invoked. What he knows is that sometimes, usually at inconvenient hours, the floor above his head comes alive. Feet stamp in patterns. Voices rise and fall in unfamiliar cadences. Furniture scrapes. Things drop. Sometimes the sounds go on for so long that he wonders how they aren't exhausted, how they don't lose their voices. The first time it happened months ago, he was startled. He paused his movie and sat there listening, trying to decode what was happening. Is that fighting? Are they celebrating? Is someone in pain? Is it rehearsed? Then he noticed the rhythm. The stomping wasn't random chaos, it was patterned. The chanting had a structure even if he couldn't understand the words. There were call and response moments, peaks and valleys, pauses that felt intentional. He decided eventually that this was just part of their religious life, and he made a choice. He wasn't going to be the guy who complained about that. He lived in a densely populated city. Noise was part of the package. As long as they weren't actively hurting anyone, as far as he could tell, it felt wrong to ask them to stop worshiping because it interrupted his TV shows. So he got used to it. The night of April 9th, 2005 starts like that. He comes home, maybe drops his keys in the same dish by the door, flips on the same light, opens the same fridge to the same half-bare shelves. Maybe he heats up something quick in the microwave, the hum filling the small kitchen with that familiar low electrical buzz. The TV comes on. The blue glow splashes across the living room. The remote clicks. A drama, a game show, news. It doesn't really matter. The important part is the voice in the room that isn't his. Outside, the city moves through its own routines. Scooters whine past on the street below. A dog barks, then stops. Someone somewhere bangs a pot. Neon from a sign across the way leaks in through his window blinds, painting bands of color across the wall. He settles in, and then he hears it. At first, it's a single thump. It comes from directly overhead, loud enough that it cuts through the TV and makes his ceiling dust quiver. A flat, heavy impact, not a dropped spoon, not a chair leg shifting. He pauses. For a second, he mutes the TV thumb hovering over the remote. Silence fills the room like water. He waits. A few seconds pass. Another thump. This one is followed by a second, and a third. A series now. The pattern emerges: heavy footfalls or stomps spaced apart in a way that feels almost ceremonial. Between them, he hears something else. Voices. They're muffled by the floor, coming through as a kind of low, rolling chant. He can't make out the words, just the rise and fall of tone. There's something rhythmic about it. Call, response, like a song without a melody. He exhales tension he didn't know he was holding, leaving his shoulders. It's just the woos, just another ceremony. He unmutes the TV and nudges the volume up a bit, not enough to be rude to his other neighbors, just enough to put distance between himself and the pounding above his head. For a while it works. The show takes back his attention. A character yells. The studio audience laughs. Bright colors flicker on the screen. He stretches out on the couch, one hand absently reaching for a snack on the coffee table. But the sounds upstairs don't stay politely in the background. The chanting grows louder. The stomping intensifies, not just single steps now, but sequences of feet hitting the floor in fast patterns, as if multiple people are moving in circles or around a fixed point. There's a sense of rotation in it, of bodies turning, shifting weight, coming back to the same spots over and over. Thump, thump. Pause, thump, 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 thump. The rhythm worms its way through the ceiling and edges into his awareness again. Every time the actors on TV fall quiet for a line or a reaction, shot the noises from above rush in to fill the space. He can picture it without wanting to. The family and their small apartment furniture pushed aside, faces set with focus, feet bare or in thin socks slamming into the floor in time with the words. Arms raised then lowered, heads thrown back to send voices up toward whatever they think is listening. He knows vaguely that one of the daughters has been sick. He's heard snatches of worried conversation in the stairwell, seen her once or twice looking pale and tired when he passed them in the hallway. He doesn't know details, just enough to know the family is under stress and their ceremonies have become more frequent as a result. He tries to be generous. Let them pray. Let them stomp. Let them do whatever they feel like they need to do to get through this. Who is he to judge? He's downstairs watching TV. They're upstairs wrestling with something he can't see. He lifts the remote and cranks the volume higher. The TV fights back. Dialogue and music swell. Commercials blare. For a few minutes, the show wins, then the vibration starts. He doesn't hear it at first, so much as feel it, a faint, continuous trembling in the ceiling plaster. The stomp patterns have escalated into something more relentless. The pounding has a kind of frantic edge now, a speed that wasn't there before. It no longer feels like a rehearsed ritual. It feels like someone trying to drown something else out. The chanting follows suit. The voices grow louder, strained. The words blur together into one long, raw sound. Occasionally, another noise breaks through, something like a hoarse shout, a sharp exclamation, the crash of an object hitting a wall or the floor. He mutes the TV again without thinking about it. Now it's impossible to ignore. His apartment fills with the noise from above. The walls vibrate. A small picture frame on his shelf rattles slightly in place. The glass in his windows hums in sympathy. He sits there, remote in hand, staring at nothing. He tells himself this is still fine. Still just them. Still just their faith. Still none of his business. They've always been intense. Maybe this ceremony is just more serious. Maybe they're desperate. Maybe this is what people do when medicine is expensive and doctors are far away and belief is what you can afford. He tries to settle back in, to treat it like bad upstairs plumbing or a too loud sound system, annoying but survivable. He lasts a few seconds. Then the sound he's been dreading without knowing it arrives. A scream. It slices straight through floorboards and TV static and his own half-formed rationalizations. He's heard kids yell. He's heard adults shout in anger. He's heard someone drop something heavy and yell out in surprise. All of those sounds live on a certain map in his brain labeled normal chaos. This scream doesn't land on that map. It's high and jagged like something tearing. It starts in one pitch, jumps, then breaks. There's a rawness to it that doesn't sound like part of a ritual. There's no rhythm, no structure. It's pure pain or terror or both. It goes on just long enough for him to stand up without realizing he's moving. By the time his feet hit the floor, the scream cuts off. Silence doesn't fall right away. The chanting and stomping are still happening, still frantic, still filling every corner of his apartment. But that one sound, the one that made the hair on his arms stand up, doesn't repeat. He stands there in the middle of his living room, remote clenched in one hand, the TV frozen on a bright, meaningless frame. The rational part of his mind scrambles. Maybe it was part of the ceremony. Maybe it's a type of prayer. Maybe some rituals include screams. What does he know? He isn't an expert. He doesn't know their religion. He doesn't want to be ignorant and misinterpret something sacred as something violent. But the animal part of his brain is not interested in theology. It heard someone is in trouble. His heart is pounding now, beating against his ribs hard enough that he can feel it in his throat. His palms are damp. The sounds upstairs press down on him, heavy and relentless. He takes a step toward his door, then another. The decision isn't fully formed, yet he hasn't told himself, I am going to go up there, but his body seems to know what's coming. Then, as if someone upstairs heard that thought, everything stops. There's no slow tapering off, no gradual winding down of voices, no stomp patterns getting sloppier and less frequent before finally giving way to fatigue. 1 second, the building is shaking with noise. The next, it's not. The chanting cuts mid-syllable. The stomping dies all at once, feet freezing wherever they are. Whatever objects were being pushed or knocked around come to rest. Silence slams down through the ceiling so hard, the downstairs neighbor almost sways. If you've ever been in a crowded room where everyone is talking and then suddenly all those conversations stop at exactly the same time, you know how wrong it feels. The air is still vibrating with what was there, but there's nothing new filling it. That's what his apartment feels like. The TV is still muted. The only sound is the soft buzz of electricity in the walls, the faint hum of his refrigerator, the distant wash of a car passing on the street outside. He stands there halfway between his couch and the door and listens. Nothing. No footsteps pacing the floor above. No chair dragging. No doors opening or closing. No voice saying, "Are you okay?" No crying. The scream seems to hang in the air after the fact, like an afterimage burned into his hearing. He can't tell if he's hearing it again or just remembering it perfectly. His first thought is relief. Maybe whatever they were doing is over. Maybe the person who screamed isn't in trouble. Maybe it was a momentary thing, a spike of emotion in a complex ritual. Maybe they've all dropped to their knees now in silent prayer, heads bowed. His second thought arrives about half a second later and pushes the relief aside like a bigger kid shoving past a smaller one in a hallway. Why did it stop that fast? If this were normal, if this were a ceremony ending, there would be a shape to it. A last prayer, a final stomp or chant or song. People don't just go from wildly, loudly active to absolute stillness in the space of one breath without something snapping. He waits for someone upstairs to move. He counts without meaning to. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. The seconds stack up. The ceiling stares back at him. An irrational thought sidles in around the edges of the more reasonable questions. They heard me. They know I'm listening. It doesn't make any sense. They're upstairs. He's alone in his apartment. The only evidence that he's paying attention is the TV being muted and the fact that he's standing there like an idiot in socked feet. But the timing, the scream, his body moving, his decision forming, the noise cutting off right then, like someone flipped a switch and then held their breath. His chest feels tight. Part of him wants to sit back down, unmute the TV, and pretend none of this is happening. To let the show's canned laughter wash over everything. To tell himself that people are allowed to make weird noises in their own homes. That what goes on upstairs is none of his business until it leaks into his life more than just as sound. The other part of him, the one with a slightly better track record of keeping him alive, can't let it go. What if that scream wasn't supposed to happen? What if someone is hurt? What if right now in the apartment above him, there's a person lying on the floor while the rest of the family stands around in awkward, fearful silence, deciding whether to call for help or double down on whatever they were doing? He imagines it too vividly. A cramped living room with furniture shoved against walls, incense smoke hanging in the air, faces flushed with effort and belief, a girl on the ground, a father panting sweat on his face looking at his hands like he doesn't quite remember how he got here. He's not supposed to know any of that, not yet. All he has is a scream and a stop, but humans are story machines. We build scenes on top of sounds, motives on top of fragments. He reaches for his door. His fingers fumble a little with the lock. The metal feels slick under the pads of his fingers. The simple click of the deadbolt sliding back sounds way too loud in the quiet. For a second, he presses his ear against the door instead of opening it. The hallway outside is as silent as the apartment. Sometimes, if you listen long enough, you can hear your neighbors moving through shared spaces, keys in locks, Footsteps on stairs, a soft cough. He hears none of that. All he hears is the rush of his own blood. He pulls the door open. The hallway is empty. The fluorescent lights buzz faintly overhead, casting everything in a flat, pale wash. The air smells like it always does, dust-cleaning chemicals, the faint trace of cooking from earlier in the evening. He steps out and hesitates. From here, he can either turn toward the stairwell and go up, or he can turn back around, close the door, and surrender to the comforting fiction that if something was wrong, someone else would handle it. He stands there long enough that if anyone had been watching through a door camera, they would have wondered what his problem was. Upstairs for now, everything is still. The silence pressing down through the ceiling feels less like an absence and more like a presence. The way the world sometimes goes quiet when a predator walks into a clearing. He tells himself that's ridiculous. He tells himself he's being dramatic. He tells himself he's reading too many stories. Eventually, he moves. He chooses the stairs. There's a part of him that doesn't want to know what's waiting at the top. There's another part that's already decided. Whatever happened upstairs a few seconds ago was not just ritual anymore. It crossed a line, and lines, once they've been crossed, don't uncross themselves just because things go quiet. The thing about that scream on April 9th is that for 2 days, it just hangs there. The downstairs neighbor goes upstairs that night like we left him, heart-hammering, hand on the rail, walking toward the Wu family's apartment, with a half-formed plan to knock, to ask to at least be a human presence at their door. But when he gets there, everything is quiet. No chanting, no stomping, no raised voices. The hallway outside their unit looks exactly the way it always has. Same door, same worn doormat, same faint smudge on the wall where people have brushed past 1,000 times. He stands there, breathing shallowly, listening for any sign of life on the other side. Nothing. He lifts his hand to knock and hesitates. He's not close with them. They're neighbors, not friends. Walking up in the middle of their religious ceremony, if that's what it was, and pounding on the door feels intrusive, almost offensive. What if the scream was part of it? What if he's about to embarrass himself by interrupting something sacred? Because he doesn't understand it, he stands there long enough for the silence to start feeling heavy instead of empty. Eventually, like most of us would, he decides to do nothing. He goes back downstairs. He turns the TV back on. He tells himself that if something were truly wrong, someone would call for help. Someone would scream again. Someone would come banging on his door or the neighbors' doors. The world wouldn't just stop like that. 2 days later, he finds out how wrong that assumption is. It's April 11th. Same apartment, same TV, same young man occupying the same spot on the same couch, trying to let another evening blur into background noise. To him, the 9th is already softening at the edges. The scream is still there in his memory, but life has rushed in around it. Work errands, small talk weather. The upstairs neighbors have been unusually quiet since that night. No ceremonies, no stomping, no chanting bleeding through the ceiling. The lack of noise felt good at first, a break, a reprieve. Then, as the hours turned into days, it started to feel odd. He's thinking about that on the 11th when someone tries to knock his front door down. It happens fast. He's half watching a show, half scrolling on his phone, when the first bang lands on the wood. Not the polite, tentative tap of someone asking to borrow sugar. A full-bodied, desperate pounding that rattles the frame. He flinches, phone slipping from his hand. Another hit. Bang! The door shudders in its hinges. The sound shoves his heart rate from idle to sprint in a single second. He mutes the TV without thinking. The sudden absence of sound from the screen makes the pounding seem even louder. Whoever is out there isn't just knocking. They're slamming the flat of their fist, Or maybe their whole body into the door in a stuttering rhythm, bang, 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 pause, bang. He's on his feet before the pattern finishes. There's a specific flavor of adrenaline that comes with someone trying to get to you from the other side of a locked door. 12 hours ago, that door was just a piece of your apartment. Now it feels like the only thing separating you from something. His first thought is break-in, robbery, wrong address. His second thought is upstairs. He crosses the living room in a few quick strides, bare feet whispering against the floor. As he reaches the door, the pounding stops, replaced by a more frantic knocking, fast, sharp raps, like someone's knuckles are starting to hurt. He doesn't look through the peephole. He should. He'll think that later. He should have taken one extra second. But there's a tone to that knocking, a wild, exhausted edge that reads as emergency more than threat. He unlatches the lock and pulls the door open. The smell hits him first. It's not a gentle thing. It's a physical impact, shoving into his nose and mouth and eyes all at once, like opening an oven you forgot was on, and catching the blast of heat full in the face. Except this isn't heat. It's rot. Not the sharp, clean smell of bleach or alcohol. Not the stale tang of old cigarette smoke. Not even the sour funk of someone who hasn't showered in a while. It's a layered odor. Stale sweat baked into fabric. Something spoiled, organic, and wrong clinging to skin and hair. A bitter, ashy note that makes him think of burned food and incense and something else he can't immediately identify, but his body recoils from anyway. His eyes water. He recoils half a step, hand flying up to cover his nose and mouth. The instinct feels rude. It's not polite to flinch away from other people's bodies, but it's not something he can control. Standing in the hallway is a man he recognizes. It takes him a second to match this version with the one he's used to seeing on the stairs or by the mailboxes. Wu Shan, the patriarch of the Wu family upstairs. Except he doesn't look like a patriarch right now. He looks ruined. He's dressed entirely in black. Not the neat pressed black of formal clothes, but a mismatched assortment of dark garments that look like they've been worn too many days in a row. The fabric is stiff in places, stained in others, clinging to him in ways that suggest it's as much soaked in as covered by whatever he's been moving through. He's thinner than the neighbor remembers, gaunt as if the last few weeks have been quietly eating him from the inside. His cheeks are hollowed, his skin a waxy gray-yellow that doesn't look like any healthy complexion. His hair, once combed and tidy when they passed on the stairs, hangs in lank, greasy strands around his face. His eyes are sunken. There are dark smudges beneath them like bruises or shadows that never go away. And then there's the grime. It's smeared along his jaw, spattered across the front of his clothes, dried in flaky patches on his hands. Some of it looks like old food. Some of it looks like ash. Some of it is an unnamed clinging dirt that has ground itself into the lines of his skin. The smell is coming off him in waves thick enough the neighbor can almost taste it. For a second, they just stare at each other. The neighbor frozen in the doorway, breathing through his fingers. Wu Shan standing too close, chest rising and falling in shallow, jagged breaths. His gaze off. It's not the blankness of someone in shock. It's not the focused urgency of someone in charge of a crisis. It's something in between. His eyes are open, but there's a distance to them, like he's looking at the neighbor and also at something much further away. His pupils seem slightly unfocused, not quite tracking movement the way they should. The downstairs neighbor is the first to find words. "Mr. Wu," he manages, voice muffled by his hand. Is everything okay?" Completely inadequate questions, but it's what falls out of his mouth. Wu Shan blinks once. When he speaks, his voice is rough, not just from disuse, but from overuse. Like someone has been yelling for hours, chanting for too long, arguing with things no one else can see. "Call an ambulance," he says. Just that. No explanation, no preamble, no pleas. The words feel heavy in the hallway, dropping between them with the same brutal weight as that earlier scream. "An ambulance," the neighbor repeats stupidly. His brain is scrambling, trying to attach more context. For who? What happened? Are you hurt? Is your daughter okay? Do I go upstairs? Do I follow you? Wu doesn't answer any of those unspoken questions. He doesn't elaborate. He doesn't clarify. He doesn't throw in the details that would make the request easier to understand. There's been an accident, someone is unconscious, there is blood, there is a fire, there is anything that fits on the usual list of reasons to call emergency services. He just rasps, "Call an ambulance," one more time. Up close, the smell is almost unbearable. There's a new note to it now that the neighbor can pick out something sour and thick, the scent of a room that hasn't been cleaned in days, combined with bodies pushed past their limits. Underneath it all, a hint of something he recognizes with a lurch, the smell of sickness. Not a cold or a flu, but the heavy, acidic odor of someone very, very ill. As the neighbor flounders for a response, Wu moves. He turns away suddenly, his movements jerky and uncoordinated like a puppet, whose strings are being yanked by someone clumsy. For a second, he sways as if the hallway itself tilts under his feet. Then he staggers toward the stairs. "Wait," the neighbor blurts instinctively, taking a half step after him. "Who's hurt, Mr. Wu, what?" But Wu doesn't look back. He doesn't say thank you. He doesn't ask again. He doesn't even acknowledge the shouts that follow him down the stairwell. He just runs. The neighbor watches from his doorway as Wu's dark figure lurches down the steps, one hand skimming the rail, the other trailing grime against the wall. Every few steps he stumbles, catches himself, keeps going. There's something feral in his retreat. A flight response. The movement of someone who has been inside a nightmare too long and is now just trying to put distance between himself and whatever is still up there in that apartment. Within seconds, he's gone. The stairwell door slams below with a hollow echo. The hallway is empty again. The smell, unfortunately, is not. It lingers like a physical presence, thick and oily in the air. The neighbor feels it clinging to his doorway, trying to seep into his apartment, piggybacking on the faint draft coming in from the hall. He realizes he's still holding his hand over his face. He drops it, gagging a little as the full force of the odor hits him again. His eyes sting. His throat tightens. "Ambulance," he hears again in his head. He grabs his phone from the table by the door, fingers slipping a little on the screen. There's a moment of surreal delay as he unlocks it. His wallpaper, some stupid bright picture, looks so wrong against what's just happened that he almost laughs. Then he punches in the emergency number. His voice shakes when the operator answers. He's not even sure what he says at first, the words tumbling out in a confused stack. "My neighbor just came to my door," he manages finally. "He's in very bad condition. He told me to call an ambulance. It's the family upstairs, the Wu family. There's a horrible smell. I think something is wrong, very wrong." As he speaks, his mind does what minds do when they don't have enough information. It runs upstairs ahead of him. It pushes open the Wu family's door. It steps into a wall of heat and stink and silence and sees nothing yet. He hasn't been there. He doesn't know. Not officially. But the story is already assembling itself behind his eyes, piece by piece, building toward the moment when the ambulance will arrive. And he will climb those stairs, because if he doesn't, he will never forgive himself. He doesn't know it yet, but in a few minutes, he will open the Wu family's apartment door and step into a different kind of horror than any frozen ship or haunted runway could offer. Not myth, not ghost. Just the human body pushed past its limits by belief, leaving a smell the world will never quite forget. For now, though, it's just him in his doorway, phone pressed to his ear, the receiver crackling with the dispatcher's questions, and the echo of 3 words still hanging in the hallway like a curse. Call an ambulance. The dispatcher promises to send an ambulance. The call ends. For a second, the neighbor just stands there in his doorway, phone hanging loose in his hand, breathing through his mouth to keep the smell from climbing all the way into his head. He knows technically that he could close his door now. He's done what was asked. He called for help. Someone in a uniform will come and walk up the stairs and deal with whatever is happening above him, and he can stay inside his 4 walls where the air is still almost normal. He doesn't close the door. 2 days ago, he heard a scream through his ceiling and did nothing. That thought is a small, sharp stone in his shoe now. Every time he shifts his weight, he feels it. He steps into the hallway, pulling the door shut behind him without locking it. The latch clicks in a way that sounds too final. The smell is stronger out here, not diluted by his own apartment's air. It's not coming from the stairwell. It's seeping from above. He looks up. The building is quiet in that early night way most people home doors shut. TVs murmuring behind walls, the occasional muffled laugh. The fluorescent lights hum. The exit sign glows. Somewhere far off, a plumbing pipe knocks. He moves toward the stairs. Each step up feels like a small commitment. At any point, he could turn around, go back down, wait for the ambulance on the sidewalk like a reasonable person. He keeps going anyway. The stairwell smells faintly of cleaning chemicals and old concrete. Halfway up, another scent pushes through, thin but insistent like fingers reaching under a door. By the time he reaches the landing for the Wu family's floor, he's hit by a wall of it. The hallway up here feels different. It's the same beige walls, the same scuffed baseboards, the same light fixtures. But the air is heavier, thicker. His body recognizes it before his mind does. His stomach clenches in reflexive protest. The smell is no longer an abstract bad. It's specific. Rank, sour, cloying. Imagine garbage that should have been taken out 3 days ago, left under a sink in humid weather. Multiply it by weeks. Add the stale scent of unwashed bodies and something else underneath, a sharp, almost chemical note that makes his eyes prickle. It's hardest right outside the Wu family's door. He doesn't need a sign to know he's in the right place. The odor is pouring out from the cracks around the frame, from the gap at the bottom where the threshold doesn't quite meet the tile. He has to turn his head slightly to the side just to keep breathing. For a moment, he just stands there staring at the door. It looks like every other door in the building. Slightly worn, the wood scratched near the knob, where keys have missed the mark, a small brass number plate screwed in above eye level. Someone months ago maybe taped a red paper charm above the frame, a blessing or ward of some kind. It's peeling at one corner, curling away from the wall. He lifts his hand to knock. His knuckles hesitate a centimeter from the surface. What if they're in there praying? He thinks the excuse automatic. What if the scream was part of it? What if I'm about to offend them? Then he remembers Ushan in his hallway. The gaunt face, the vacant eyes. The 2 words rasped out like a verdict. Call an ambulance. He knocks. It's not a timid tap. It's the kind of knock you use when you're trying to wake someone from a deep sleep or get a roommate's attention over their music. 4 solid raps. Mr. Wu. His voice sounds strange in his own ears, thin against the heaviness of the air. It's me from downstairs. The ambulance is coming. Is everything okay? The question sounds absurd even as it leaves his mouth. He waits. Silence. Not the polite "we're coming" silence of someone on the way to the door. Not the muffled scuffle of feet or the rustle of clothing. Just the low, omnipresent hum of the building, the lights buzzing, the distant vibration of a fan somewhere. He knocks again, harder this time. Hello, Mr. Wu, Mrs. Wu, nothing. His heart is beating too fast. He can hear it in his ears, thudding along with the faint electrical buzz. The smell feels like it's coating his tongue, now settling in a film he'll never quite get off. He wraps his fingers around the doorknob. It's a stupid movie-level thing to do. In real life, doors are locked. In real life, mysteries stay on the other side of wood and metal until people with badges and tools arrive. In this building on April 11, 2005, the Wu family's door is not locked. The knob turns under his hand more easily than it has any right to. For a second, he doesn't push. He stands there with his palm slick against the metal, the latch disengaged the world on the other side of the frame, waiting. He thinks of the scream. He thinks of the 2 days of silence that followed. He thinks of Wu's smell, the grime on his clothes, the way his voice had wrapped itself around the words ambulance, and then fled down the stairs. He pushes the door open. The smell that spills out is worse. It's like the hallway version was just a preview, a trailer. Inside is the feature presentation. The air hits him full in the face, thicker and more humid, full of layers his brain can't categorize quickly enough. Rot, waste, sweat, sourness. A stale, choking stench of things that should be in bathrooms and drains, not in living rooms and on carpets. He staggers a step back, gag reflex flaring. For a second, he almost slams the door shut, heart pounding so hard it blurs his vision. He forces himself forward instead. "Hello," he calls, voice breaking. Mr. Wu, is anyone home? The apartment is dim. Most of the curtains are drawn or half drawn, letting in only thin stripes of daylight that cut across the chaos. The lights inside are off or burned out or simply not turned on. His eyes adjust slowly, picking out shapes. The first thing he notices is the floor. It's filthy. The tile near the entrance is smeared with dirt and darker substances he doesn't want to identify. Footprints bear and otherwise overlap in every direction, like someone's been pacing and circling for hours. There are stains that look old and stains that look new. Rubbish is everywhere. Plastic containers, crumpled paper, bits of food dried onto surfaces, bowls stacked in odd places, some with a crust on the bottom, some with liquid that has gone opaque. A plastic bag slumps against the wall, its contents long since merged into a single unrecognizable mass. The air tastes stale, like nothing in here has moved air people time in far too long. He moves deeper in. The kitchen is off to one side. A single glance is enough. Counter's cluttered sink overflowing with dishes that look like they've been rinsed and then used again without ever fully being cleaned. The smell in there is concentrated, a pocket of especially bad air. He doesn't step in. He calls out again instead, louder. "It's your neighbor. The ambulance is on the way. Is anyone hurt?" His voice dies against the walls. He passes the bathroom. The door is half open. The glimpse he gets is of a sink filmed with grime, a mirror spotted and fogged towels that are more gray than white heaped on the floor. The toilet lid is up. He looks away before he can see more. Further down the hallway opens into the living room. For a second, his brain tries to protect him. You know that half second when you see something you don't understand, and your mind throws up the wrong explanation first, like a placeholder. That happens to him now. He sees shapes on the floor, colors, textures. He sees the couch shoved crookedly against a wall, the coffee table tipped on its side, a shrine in one corner with candles melted down to nubs and incense sticks stuck in a cup, their ash spilling over. On the living room floor, in the middle of all of this, lies a person. His brain offers up sleeping first. She's on her back or side. It's hard to tell in the dim light, with her limbs at strange angles, her hair splayed out around her head like a dark halo. For a moment from the doorway, she could be resting, passed out from exhaustion, overwhelmed by whatever ceremony they've been doing. Then the details start to resolve. The unnatural stillness of her chest, the way her jaw is set, not slack, the color of her skin. Something in him recognizes it immediately, even if he's never seen a dead body before. It's not like in movies where actors pretend by simply closing their eyes. There is a quality to a body that is no longer being driven from the inside. It has nothing to do with blood or wounds. It's in the way gravity holds it uncompromising. The way the muscles don't make the tiny unconscious adjustments living people make, even when they're completely still. He steps closer slowly, as if any sudden movement might startle her awake. The smell is almost unbearable in here. It's not just waste and neglect now. There's another layer, the scent of the human body failing in a violent, undignified way. It clings to the area around her, thickening the air a foot above the floor. He swallows hard, bile rising. The girl is young. He recognizes her. He's passed her on the stairs before, thinner and paler, each time wrapped in sweaters, even when the weather didn't call for it. He's heard the way her parents' voices softened when they said her name. He's watched her mother support her by the elbow when they came back from the clinic, once moving slowly, carefully. Her hair is spread around her long and dark. Her clothes, loose worn, are rumpled and stained. There are marks on the floor around her, where people have been moving, kneeling, standing, pacing. Her eyes are closed. There's a roughness around her mouth, something that suggests a struggle, but he doesn't look too closely. His brain is already filling in narratives he'll later wish he could scrape out. He kneels without quite realizing he's doing it, one hand reaching out, hovering an inch above her shoulder. "Miss," he says, voice barely more than a whisper. "Can you hear me?" There's no answer. He doesn't touch her. He's not trained. He's terrified of doing something wrong, of contaminating a scene he now knows is very, very wrong in ways he doesn't yet have words for. Instead, he draws his hand back, trembling. He looks around the room, half expecting the rest of the family to materialize from the shadows. "Mr. Wu," he calls louder now. "Mrs. Wu, anyone, nothing." No one steps out from behind the shrine. No one appears in the hallway. The apartment, for all its clutter and noise-soaked walls, is empty of living movement. The absence is loud. There are signs of them everywhere, the half-burned incense, the scattered objects that look like they were part of some ritual, the footprints in the grime circling the spot where the girl lies. It's clear they were here recently. It's clear they were active. It's equally clear they're gone. He realizes with a cold little click in his stomach that when Wu told him to call an ambulance, he wasn't inviting the downstairs neighbor into their crisis. He was stepping out of it. He backs away to the doorway, breathing shallowly, trying not to let his gaze linger on any one detail too long. The angle of her neck, the discoloration at the edges of her lips. The way the air seems thicker on one side of the room, as if whatever happened here is still hanging around, stubborn and invisible. Somewhere below in the street, he hears a distant siren begin to rise. It's faint at first, just a thin wail among the noise of the city. It grows slowly, bending around buildings, riding up the stairwell. He latches onto the sound like a lifeline. Someone else is coming. Someone who can walk into this room with gloves and protocols and a checklist of things to do when you find a body in the center of a filthy living room. He steps back into the hallway, handshaking as he pulls the apartment door mostly closed behind him, leaving a gap for the paramedics. The corridor outside feels strangely fresh by comparison, even with the spill of smell. He leans against the wall for a second, closing his eyes, swallowing hard. When he opens them again, he sees the building differently. 2 days ago, he thought he lived beneath a family with unusual religious practices. Now he knows he's been living under something else entirely. A story that was already well underway by the time he heard his first thump through the ceiling. A story he's now in the middle of, whether he likes it or not. After the paramedics arrive, the story stops belonging to the downstairs neighbor for a while. It becomes sirens and uniforms and tape across the door. Clipboards, cameras, gloves. People who are trained not to flinch walking into rooms like that and coming back out again with faces like closed doors. The neighbor gives his statement. What he heard, what he smelled, what he saw. The scream on the 9th, the silence after. Wu's knock on the 11th. The words call an ambulance. The unlocked door. The filthy apartment. The girl on the floor. Then for him, there's a gap. Days where the Wu family's door stays sealed and strangers move in and out with evidence bags and hushed voices. The smell slowly fades from the hallway, but never quite leaves his memory. The rest of what happened comes out later in the news reports and the legal summaries. The kind of write-ups I end up reading years afterward on a couch halfway across the world, trying not to imagine the parts they left out. The rough outline looks like this. Weeks before April 9th, one of the Wu family's daughters got sick. It started like a lot of illnesses do, small complaints, a stomach ache, a fever, maybe headaches, maybe weakness. The details blur in the retelling, but the important part is that she didn't get better. They didn't have much money. Doctor visits cost. Tests cost. Medicine costs. When you're already scraping by, even the idea of going to a hospital can feel like stepping onto a slope you'll never climb back up. So they waited. They tried home remedies. They prayed. Days passed. She got worse. At some point, someone in the family made a decision that changed the story from a medical problem into something else entirely. If the doctors weren't an option, maybe the problem wasn't physical. Maybe it was spiritual. In their worldview, that wasn't a wild leap. They lived in a culture where stories about spirits and possession sat right alongside stories about viruses and infections. To them, saying she's possessed by something wasn't superstition. It was another way of describing what happens when a person changes and nothing visible explains it. So they shifted tracks. They started treating her illness as an invasion. At first, they tried what they'd always tried: prayers, smaller rituals, offerings. They chanted. They burned incense. They called on whatever protective forces they believed in to chase away whatever had sunk its claws into their daughter. It didn't work. She didn't improve. If anything, being the focus of that intense attention, while already weak, might have made things worse. She grew more withdrawn, more exhausted. Her body, already struggling now, had to carry the weight of everyone's fear. Then something else happened. Something that turned one sick girl into a house full of people who all thought they were under attack. The belief spread. One by one, other family members started reporting symptoms. Strange feelings, bad dreams, voices, a sense of heaviness. Maybe some of it was stress, the way living in a house with an ongoing crisis can wear you down. Maybe some of it was suggestion, a phrase repeated enough times that your body starts to act like it's true. Whatever the mix, the conclusion inside those four walls was clear. It wasn't just the daughter anymore. The whole family was possessed. The next part is where it gets truly nightmarish. They decided to fight back together. No more smaller ceremonies. No more piecemeal prayers. On April 9, 2005, the night the downstairs neighbor sat on his couch and heard his ceiling come alive, they staged a full-scale exorcism. A group one. In their minds, they weren't just family members anymore. They were a small army gathering in their living room to do battle with something clinging to all of them. The logic they followed would sound absurd from the outside, but inside their bubble it made sense. If you believe that demons are pure corruption, pure spiritual filth, then it's not hard to twist that into another idea: demons fear filth. Not metaphorical filth, not sin, literal filth. If they could make themselves repulsive enough inside and out, maybe whatever was inside them would flee. Maybe the thing hurting their daughter would be so disgusted it would let go. So they made themselves dirty. The records spell it out in dry language that barely conceals how horrifying it must have been. They smeared and covered themselves in waste. They stopped cleaning. They stopped bathing. They deliberately filled their immediate world with things the rest of us instinctively flush and throw away. And then they went further than that. They didn't just surround themselves with filth, they ingested it. Over and over, as they chanted and stomped and screamed, they forced themselves to eat what should have left their bodies and never returned. When their bodies rejected it, because that's what bodies do, they forced it back down again. You can fill in the details without me lingering. Imagine being in that room. The heat from too many bodies. The slick, sour smell of sweat and fear and excrement and bile. Voices hoarse from chanting, from yelling at invisible enemies. Feet pounding the floor in patterns that used to feel like worship and now feel like desperation. At some point in that chaos, the daughter's body reached its limit. Her airway, already under strain from illness and the stress of whatever they were putting her through, blocked. The autopsy would later phrase it clinically: her airway was obstructed by fecal matter and vomitus. That's the sentence that appears in reports, stripped of the emotional crater it describes. In plain language, she choked. She struggled. She couldn't breathe. No one in that room in that moment understood what was happening for what it was. Some probably thought it was the demon resisting. Some probably saw her distress as a sign they were close, that the ritual was working. Some might have been too deep in their own spirals to register her properly at all. The scream the downstairs neighbor heard, the one that cut through the floor and ripped him off the couch, was likely one of her last sounds. After that, things get hazy in the narrative. Some of the family members say they didn't realize she was gone right away. Some say they thought she had gone into a trance. Some admit they were terrified not of what they'd done exactly, but of what it meant that she'd stopped moving. Fear moved in a different direction then. It wasn't the fear of demons anymore. It was the fear of what comes after you realize your attempt to save someone has killed them. The Wu family didn't call for help that night. They didn't rush her to a hospital. They didn't alert their neighbors. They fled. By the time the neighbor found the girl's body on April 11th, they were gone. Wu's reappearance at his door, gaunt, filthy, telling him to call an ambulance, was less a cry for help and more a delayed surrender. A point at which he could no longer outrun what had happened in that living room. The police tracked them down eventually. They weren't hard to find. They'd gone to relatives, to familiar places. People talk. Even when you're carrying a secret you think is too horrible to name, it leaks out in gestures and slips of the tongue. They were arrested and charged. On paper, it looked simple. A girl was dead because of what her family had done. There were witnesses. There was physical evidence. There was a clearly traceable chain of cause and effect. But just like in Ram's case, the question in court shifted from what happened to why. Psychiatrists and psychologists were called in. They interviewed everyone. They listened to the same phrases repeat across different mouths: possession, demons, spiritual attack, shared rituals, filth as a weapon. They noted how aligned the family members were in their understanding of events. How none of them thought in the moment, "We are torturing our daughter." They thought unanimously, "We are saving her." The term the professionals used for this is mass hysteria, a shared delusion. Not one individual having a private break with reality, but a whole group stepping through the same door together and locking it behind them. In that sealed-up space, their actions made sense. Each family member reinforced the others. Doubts, if they arose, were swallowed by the consensus. The line between this is unthinkable and this is necessary, blurred until it vanished. The court listened. They weighed the testimonies, the expert opinions, the cultural context, the financial limitations, the intensity of the family's belief. And then once again, a legal system did something that made the hairs on my arms stand up when I read it. Years later, they acquitted them. Not because nothing had happened. Not because the girl wasn't dead. Not because the ritual wasn't grotesque and dangerous. They acquitted them because in the court's eyes, the Wu family had not understood their actions in a way that made them fully criminally responsible. They were suffering together from a state of mind that effectively put a shield between them and the law. Mass hysteria, shared delusion. As if fear, when distributed evenly enough across a group, becomes a kind of armor. I stared at the words on my screen for a long time. We're used to the idea that I believed can be a weak excuse. I believed the gun wasn't loaded. I believed they were threatening me. I believed the ritual would help. But in both of these stories, the airport, the apartment, the law turned that phrase into something else, a kind of absolution. Ram thought he was stabbing ghosts. The Wu family thought they were driving out demons. And in two different courtrooms, in two different countries, separated by decades and cultures and details, people in official robes and seats said, in essence, if you believe that strongly enough, we can't really hold you accountable for what your hands did. The outcomes remained. A woman dead on a runway. A girl dead in a filthy living room. Those facts didn't change. Liability did. Sitting in my own clean, quiet apartment with my fridge humming and my hallway camera recording nothing more sinister than Amazon packages and late-night pizza, I felt something settle in my gut that had nothing to do with ghosts or demons. Nature can kill you without meaning to. Fear can make you kill someone because you've forgotten they're human. And belief, if enough of you share it, can convince the world to look at the damage afterward and say, we understand why you did it. So we're going to let you go. That's the twist that stuck with me. Not the ritual, not even the smell. It was the realization that sometimes the most horrifying thing in a story like this isn't what happens in the dark. It's how calmly, how clinically, how coldly the daylight decides what to call it. By the time everything lined up, it was technically Saturday. My laptop clock said 2:13 a.m. The microwave clock across the room said 2:11 because I never fixed it after a brief power blip last month. The hallway thermostat glow said 2:12. The only thing they agreed on was that it was too late for anyone normal to still be hunched over a glowing screen, writing about people who died in ways that never quite make sense. I was on my couch, same side I always end up on, back against the armrest, feet stretched toward the coffee table. The TV was off. My laptop was balanced on my thighs, the blue-white light cutting a rectangle out of the dim living room. On the screen was this. 3 stories. The frozen ship. The man who thought he was stabbing ghosts. The family upstairs that tried to starve out demons with filth. All of it braided together into a long confession I was about to send to a horror channel I have no business knowing the email address of. I'd been typing for hours. You know that feeling when your fingers keep moving, but your brain turns into something thin and stretched, like pulled taffy, that's where I was. Words were still coming out, but the edges of my vision felt soft, and the room around me had started to feel like it was fading out. For a while, the background noise made it bearable. The HVAC had been running in that low, steady way central systems do not really a sound, so much as a presence, a soft, constant pressure in the air vents. My fridge was doing its usual cycle, hum, click, quiet hum again. The ice maker inside it made the occasional little tick, like someone tapping a spoon against glass. The hallway outside my door contributed a faint buzz from the overhead lights, a high insectile whine that you stop hearing until it goes away. Somewhere on a higher floor, a TV murmured through a wall, voices mashed into a formless rise and fall. All of it blended into one gentle electric ocean I floated on while I typed. I'm writing this because I can't sleep anymore. I had written near the top. It felt melodramatic at the time. At 2:13 a.m., with my eyes stinging and my shoulders aching, it felt literal. I finished the last line of the Wu family story about mass hysteria being used like a shield and sat back flexing my fingers. For a second, I just stared at the block of text. This whole thing had started as a bad habit, late-night true horror videos playing while I pretended to multitask. But somewhere along the way, it turned into homework I was assigning myself. Listen, read, cross-reference, retell. As if the more times I looked at the same patterns, the safer I'd be from them. The cursor blinked at the bottom of the page, patient and unimpressed. I became aware of the room again. The glow from the microwave clock made a weak green square on the opposite wall. The gas station sign across the street painted a slow-moving red and white shimmer through the blinds every time it cycled its logo. The digital display on my router blinked 3 little dots in a row, silently counting something I'd never bothered to understand. And underneath all of that, the building breathed. The HVAC sighed. Then it stopped. It was subtle. A soft clunk somewhere in the closet, a final rush of air in the vents, and then the background pressure just let go. If you've ever had tinnitus and suddenly realized the ringing in your ears got worse in a quiet room, it felt like that. Everything around me stayed the same, but the silence that slid in to replace the fan noise felt heavier than the sound had. I became aware of the fridge's hum in a way I hadn't been a second earlier. It seemed louder now, a small machine working very hard in the corner. The ice maker ticked again, a crisp little titch in the quiet. A car went by outside, the brief swoosh of its tires on damp pavement, reminding me it had rained earlier. A siren rose somewhere far away, the faint wail threading through the city blocks. Police, ambulance, fire. Could have been any of them. It climbed in pitch, then fell, then kept going toward someplace that was not here. The hallway buzz faded. I didn't realize until that moment that the lights outside my door were on some kind of timer. They dimmed slightly after midnight, and with that came a drop in that familiar high whine. It didn't go away entirely, but it thinned out, leaving more space for other sounds to step forward. My apartment felt like someone had just turned down the volume on one track in a song and turned up all the others. I licked my lips. They tasted like old coffee. "Okay," I said out loud to no one. "You're just tired." The words fell flat. I glanced at my phone on the coffee table. The screen was face-up dark. A dozen little potential interruptions sat buried in there, notifications from apps, emails, whatever. The DoorCam app icon stared back at me like a small blue eye. I looked back at the laptop. I'd formatted the whole thing as an email to the Horror Channel subject line intro, "You can share this if you want, but please change my name, all of it." Real people don't write like that in their own diaries. This was meant to be read by strangers, to be listened to by people in cars and kitchens and bedrooms late at night with half their lights off. There was a part of me that hated how much I wanted that. A louder part caught something else, a sound I hadn't registered yet because it didn't fit. A soft click from the kitchen. The fridge, I thought automatically. It's just cycling. Except the hum didn't come back. Usually it clicks, goes quiet for a few minutes, then starts its little compressor song again. This time there was the click, and then nothing. The corner of the room where it stood felt suddenly dead, like someone had taken a prop off a set and left a fridge-shaped hole instead. It could have been coincidence. Machines stop, power bills get too high. Maybe the thing had finally decided to die at 2:13 in the morning on the night I chose to write about sounds that ruin lives. But the timing made my skin crawl. The HVAC had gone quiet. The hallway buzz had thinned. The fridge had clicked and then stayed off. The siren outside faded into distance until I couldn't hear it anymore. There was still the occasional car, a whoosh here, a bass thump there, but those were transient, passing through. The steady domestic soundtrack of my apartment had just stripped itself away one layer at a time. I realized I was holding my breath. I let it out slowly, the sound embarrassingly loud in the room. You're being ridiculous, I told myself, because it felt like the only defense. You've been writing about this stuff for hours. Of course you're jumpy. Of course you're noticing every little thing. The rational voice in my head suggested something simple. Prove it. Test it. If I was really just reacting to ordinary noises, then I should be able to control them, turn them off, manipulate them. Show myself that the environment is just that wiring appliances, aging building bits, not some pattern closing in. I set the laptop carefully on the coffee table, the fans inside it whirring softly and then mercifully spinning down. The glow of the screen turned my half-drunk glass of water into a small, ghostly cylinder. My phone lit up as I picked it up, the lock screen displaying the time, a handful of icons across the top. No missed calls, no new alerts. The DoorCam app, a steady, unblinking symbol. I held the power button until the shutdown slider appeared, and for the first time in a long time, actually swiped it. The screen went black. The tiny, almost inaudible whisper of its internal electronics died. One more small sound removed from the mix. The room got a little quieter. I walked into the kitchen. The fridge loomed there, a white block against the darker counter. It felt stupid to look at it like it was a person, but that's how I approached it, half expecting it to twitch. I wrapped my fingers around the plug where it met the wall. Don't do this. The lazy part of my brain whined. You'll have to reset the clock. The food. I pulled. The plug slid out with a soft scrape and a tiny crackle. The faintest hum, the one you stop hearing after 10 minutes in any room with a plugged-in appliance, vanished. The kitchen sank one notch deeper into stillness. In the hallway, the thermostat on the wall glowed quietly. I tapped it, cycling through menus until I found the option to turn the system fully off instead of just auto. The compressor outside the building 3 floors down had already shut off earlier, but this felt like closing the loop. The little fan icon disappeared from the display. I went around my apartment like that, following every beep and blink. Microwave clock cleared to Eurozuazubowaro, then the whole unit unplugged. The sudden loss of its tiny transformer buzz felt like someone had lifted a hair-thin pressure from my ears. Laptop lid fully closed, charger unplugged from the surge strip. Router, my finger hovered over the power button for a second longer than it needed to, because if I turned it off, The world would stop flowing in for a while, but I pressed it anyway. The blinking dots went dark. Smoke detector. That one made me pause. It sat on the ceiling in the hallway, a small white disc with a test button and a battery compartment. It didn't make any noise under normal circumstances, but I knew what that chirp sounded like when batteries ran low, and I knew how much that noise could own your life until you fixed it. I dragged a chair over, climbed up, and pressed the test button just to see if it would complain. It shrieked a piercing mechanical wail that nearly stopped my heart. I clapped my hand over it as if I could shove the sound back into the plastic. After a second or two, it cut off on its own. "Okay," I whispered, voice shaking. "Okay. It works. You can leave it. I didn't pull the battery. I'm not that suicidal." But something about making it scream on purpose felt like checking under the bed with the lights on before you sleep. By the time I was done, my apartment's soundscape had been stripped down to the bones. No compressors, no fans, no standby LEDs humming to themselves, no background TV mutter bleeding through the walls. Just the building's faint infrastructure noises, pipes sighing somewhere far away, the occasional creak as it settled, and the soft, uneven rhythm of my own breathing. I stood in the middle of the living room, bare feet on the cool floor, and listened. For the first time since I'd moved in, I heard what this place sounded like, when it wasn't trying to lull me. It didn't feel empty. It felt expectant. Like someone in the next room had just paused mid-sentence, waiting to see what I would do next. Once I'd turned everything off, I realized I'd never actually heard my apartment before. Not the apartment I imagined when I signed the lease with staged photos and fake plants and the word quiet underlined in the listing, but the real one stripped of all the fan hums and LED sighs and digital noise I'd been using as padding between me and the dark. I stood in the middle of the living room, like an idiot doing the one thing I'd spent 3 stories telling you not to do, listening. On purpose. The silence wasn't complete, of course. Silence never is. There were still the tiny, involuntary sounds that happen whether you want them or not. The faint tick of something cooling in the walls, a far-off plumbing rush as someone somewhere flushed. My own breath too loud in my own ears. But the usual cover tracks were gone. No HVAC, no fridge, no microwave, no router, no phone screen buzzing on the table. It felt like all the usual noise had taken a step back, forming a circle around me, hands off, saying, "Okay then. You wanted quiet. Here you go." At first, nothing happened. Nothing is what I wanted. That was the whole point. Prove to myself that the room was just a room, that the wrongness I'd been feeling was in my head, not in the drywall. I slowly became aware of the clock in the bedroom ticking. I couldn't usually hear it from here. Now every talk sounded like a footstep in another room. I almost laughed at myself. "You've just been writing about noise," I whispered. "Of course you're going to hear things." I took a breath, held it, and counted to 5 just to see how loud my pulse was in my ears. By 3, I heard it. It was soft enough that at first I thought I'd imagined it. A faint, distant impact that could have been anything: old pipes, a neighbor shifting a piece of furniture, the building settling. Thump. I froze. The sound had come from above. I waited. Thump. Same place, same weight. Like the previous one had bounced and landed again. I swallowed. My throat clicked audibly in the quiet. It could have been a shoe hitting the floor. A heavy book dropped. A drawer slammed a little too hard. There are a dozen boring explanations for a sound like that in an apartment building. But those explanations didn't show up. What showed up uninvited was a memory: the downstairs neighbor in Taiwan sitting on his couch, hearing the first heavy impacts from the Wu family's ritual. Thump. Pause. Thump. pause. Thump, thump, thump. I told myself this one was different. The rhythm was slower, less frantic, more measured. The building creaked somewhere, a small complaining noise in the walls. Then it came again. Thump, thump, thump. 3 in a row now. Steady. Even. Spaced just enough apart that they didn't sound like something falling. More like something moving. A weight being shifted and set down, shifted and set down in the same spot. My eyes drifted up to the ceiling. Directly above my living room is my upstairs neighbor's bedroom, I think. I've never been in their unit, but I've heard enough muffled alarm clocks and muffled arguments at odd hours to map out where their bed probably is. No footsteps now. Just that slow, repeating impact. Too soft to be a jump, too heavy to be nothing. My brain did the thing brains do. It started matching patterns. The timing wasn't identical to the Wu family's stomping, but the shape of it, the way the sound carved itself into the silence, the way the pauses seemed to lean forward into the next impact, was close enough to make my skin prickle. Part of me wanted to march upstairs and knock on their door. Hey, sorry to bother you, it's 2 a.m, but are you, possessed? The rest of me stayed rooted to the spot. I found myself breathing shallowly, like I could make my own noise small enough not to be noticed by whatever was making that one. Which is stupid. It's probably a person, a normal person, doing something normal, dropping something, moving a box, getting out of bed, and then back into it. There's no law that says people can't be clumsy in the middle of the night. Another beat of quiet. I realized then how similar my posture was to Ram's right before he ran at the women on the runway. Different setting, different stakes. Same rigid animal focus on a single sensory input, as if hearing could be enough to tell me what was on the other side of the ceiling. Thump. That one landed as I was thinking it, like a period at the end of the sentence. My heart was doing its own rhythm now, out of sync with the one above me, too fast, too high in my chest. I stared at the light fixture, half expecting plaster dust to drift down in a lazy spiral. Nothing like that happened. Nothing dramatic ever does not in the moment. The noise stopped. Just stopped. No fading. No gradual easing back into stillness. 1 second there was a sound. The next, there wasn't. If you'd walked into the room right then, you'd never have known anything had happened at all. I stood there waiting for it to come back, counting seconds in my head. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3, my phone vibrated. I jumped like something had reached up through the floor and grabbed my ankles. The sound of it buzzing against the coffee table wood was obscene in the quiet. A harsh, rattling brrr that felt completely out of proportion for a device so small. It skittered a little toward the edge, making a tiny doomed wobble. I lunged and caught it before it slid off. For a second, all I could do was stare at the screen lighting up. I was sure I'd turned it off. I remembered holding down the button. I remembered the little slider, the satisfying way the screen went black. I remembered the mental note I'd made about how it felt like cutting a cord. Apparently, something had turned it back on. Or I'd locked it instead of killing it. Or I'd misremembered. Or I'm the kind of person who can recount maritime logs from the 1800s but can't operate a basic smartphone. The lock screen was showing just one notification right in the middle. Motion detected at your front door. The DoorCam app icon sat beside it, perfectly ordinary. For a second, my brain refused to connect the dots. My eyes kept jumping between the word motion and the stillness of my own hallway door just a few feet away. Of course, I muttered voice a little too loud. Of course, you're still on. I hadn't unplugged the camera earlier. It runs off a separate little transformer plugged into an outlet near the door, one I'd somehow decided didn't count when I went around silencing everything else. And even with the router off, the camera can still talk to the outside world. Cell towers, cloud servers, whatever invisible infrastructure ties all our little paranoias together. Killing the noise hadn't killed the watchfulness. The phone buzzed again in my hand, a second shorter vibration, as if to punctuate that thought. Same notification, same app. I woke the screen fully with my thumb and tapped the alert. The app opened on the live view. A small circle spun for a few seconds while it tried to connect the word loading, hanging there like a held breath. It took longer than usual, probably because I'd killed my Wi-Fi and the phone was scrambling for a cell signal in a concrete box. Then the video popped into focus. The hallway outside my apartment. Nothing else. The camera's cheap, wide-angle lens bowed the image slightly, making the walls curve inward just a touch. The beige carpet looked gray in the night vision mode, grainy and flat. The apartment doors on either side were dark rectangles. At the far end, the exit sign glowed its constant red bright, and a little blurred, the only real color in the frame. No person. No shadow moving across the field. No trace of whatever had supposedly triggered the motion alert. I watched for a long time anyway. Phone held halfway between my chest and my face, the blue-white glow painting my fingers. Sometimes these cameras get faked out by nothing shifts in light, small bugs, bits of dust close to the lens. I told myself that's all this was. The problem was the timing. If you'd laid the last minute of my life on a timeline, it would have looked like this: HVAC off, fridge unplugged, microwave router unplugged, apartment as quiet as I could make it. Sound from above, thump, 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 silence. Phone motion detected at your front door. Coincidence, I said under my breath. The word sounded flimsy. On the screen, the hallway remained perfectly still. The exit sign glowed. The grain danced. Somewhere off camera, the building's electrical system hummed a song the mic wasn't sensitive enough to pick up. I thumbed the timeline back a few seconds, trying to see what the camera had actually seen when it decided something was moving out there. The app stuttered, buffered, then popped up a clip starting about 10 seconds before the alert. Same view. Same empty hall. Behind me, my apartment stayed quiet, every appliance silenced, every artificial hum cut. The only sound was the faint rustle of my own breath, and under that, my heartbeat. Too loud, too fast. Listening for the next thing to go wrong, the live feed kept showing me the same thing, an empty hallway. I stared at it long enough that my own reflection started to bleed through on the phone screen, my face superimposed over that washed-out strip of carpet and the glowing exit sign. It looked like I was standing there in two places at once. Nothing moved. Nothing happened. If this were a normal night, that would have been the end of it. I would have locked my door, cursed the camera for being jumpy, plugged my stuff back in, and gone to bed an hour later than I meant to. But it wasn't a normal night. I had just unplugged my fridge because I didn't like the way it clicked. I had just killed my Wi-Fi because the hum made me feel watched. I had just written 20-odd pages about people who went insane listening to the wrong sounds in their own homes. And my phone, a device I was sure I had silenced, had chosen that exact moment after the last thump from upstairs to vibrate with a motion alert for an empty hallway. I thumbed back through the camera's history to the thumbnail marked with the most recent timestamp. The app pulled up the recorded clip. 10 seconds. The familiar fisheye view of my door area, the end of the hall, the exit sign. A thin scrub bar sat underneath a small speaker icon in the corner. I hit play. At first, it was exactly what I'd already seen live: nothing. Just the camera's grainy, monochrome interpretation of the hallway. The image jumped a little as the cheap sensor tried to adjust to the low light, but nothing in the frame crossed any line, shifted, any shadow opened any door. I almost stopped it there. Then I remembered something from the Taiwan reports, the neighbor describing the Wu family's ritual. How at first it was just sound, how he didn't see anything, how the building itself turned into a speaker. I tapped the volume up. My phone's speaker hissed softly, picking up the low, constant noise floor of an unremarkable apartment hallway at 2:15 a.m. The faint electrical buzz, the distant plumbing, the tiny shush of air going nowhere. For a few seconds, that was all there was. Then underneath it, I heard it. 3 soft impacts. Not loud, not close. They weren't the door getting hit or someone stomping right in front of the camera. They were muted, like something heavy landing on carpet a few units down, barely caught by the mic. Thump. A pause. Long enough for my brain to catalog it and try to dismiss it. Thump. Same weight. Same distance. My thumb tightened on the phone. On the clip, nothing in the video moved. No shadows shifted. No stray pixel glitched. Thump. The third one landed just like the first 2 at the same interval. 3 in a row, familiar now, almost a pattern. I scrubbed back and listened again. Thump. 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 My ceiling had done that minutes earlier when I thought the Wu family's ritual had somehow reached up through time and across an ocean to stomp above my living room. Now my own front door camera was offering up a quieter version wrapped in hallway static. It wasn't the exact rhythm from Taiwan. It wasn't the exact pacing of Rom's runway. It wasn't the slap of water against the hull that Captain Brighton heard as he approached the frozen schooner. But it rhymed with all of them. Or maybe my head made it rhyme. I watched the clip a third time, this time closing my eyes, letting the audio stand alone. The hallway hiss, thump, thump, thump. Silence. I thought that was it. I thought those 3 little impacts were the whole trick, the audio version of the cheap jump scare where something falls in the next room just as the soundtrack drops to nothing. Then faintly, just before the clip ended, I heard something else. At first I thought it was interference, the line fuzzing, the tiny digital artifacts that creep in when a cheap camera is pushed to its limits. But underneath the hiss, there was a texture I recognized, a small, dry, irregular scrape, like something hard dragging over a rough surface in short bursts. It wasn't in the hallway image at all. There was nothing out there but carpet and paint and the glow of the exit sign. The mic had picked it up from inside my apartment, bleeding through my own door. I froze. It sounded like a pen, not writing words, not a smooth, continuous line. More like the end of a sentence when you hesitate, tap the tip against the paper a couple of times, then drag it just enough to underline something you didn't mean to emphasize. I pictured Captain Brighton standing behind the frozen man at the desk, reading over his shoulder. Trapped by icebergs. The fire went out. No hope remains. Then the date. January the 17th, 1823. A hand that had stopped mid-life pen still clutched in fingers the cold, preserved frozen in the act of telling on itself. I opened my eyes. The clip ended. My own apartment was quiet. No pen, no paper. The laptop sat where I'd left it on the coffee table, shut, but still warm. The notebook on the side table, the one I sometimes jot timestamps and ideas in while watching videos, lay open to a blank page. I hadn't written on it tonight. The pen beside it, cheap black ballpoint cap, chewed at the end, had rolled a few inches away. I stared at it. You know how in the frozen ship story it wasn't the bodies that got under my skin? It was the feeling of time stopping in the middle of an ordinary action. A game of cards, a meal, a sentence. Now I had a 10-second hallway video in my hand, and inside it audio from my own living room that I don't remember making. It's possible, of course, to explain all of this away. My neighbors could have dropped something upstairs. The camera could have picked up the dull thuds and compressed them into something more ominous than they were. The pen sound could have been anything. A shift in my couch springs my own clothing, brushing the microphone, a digital hiccup in the clip. If you want it to be coincidence, there are entrances everywhere. But sitting there in a deliberately silenced apartment, listening to the recorded sound of something knocking at my world from the other side of a cheap lens, I realized something I'd been circling around since the beginning. These stories don't follow you home like ghosts. The frozen ship, the haunted runway, the upstairs ritual, they're not black shapes that sneak in through your vents or drag chains down your hallways. They don't stand in your bathroom mirror when you turn off the light. What they do is worse. They reteach you your home's sound language. Before all this, a fridge clicking off was just that, the compressor taking a break. A thump upstairs meant someone dropped something. A siren far away was just someone else's bad night. Now every harmless household noise has a second meaning. The hiss in your pipes becomes the ocean closing in on a ship no one found for 16 years. The slow, spaced thumps above your head become a ritual that ended with someone lying on a filthy floor, their family calling it salvation. A startled knock at your door becomes a filthy neighbor rasping, call an ambulance, and then running away. You're not haunted by spirits. You're haunted by context, by what your brain has learned that certain rhythms can mean, by what's possible. You start checking your peephole more. You start listening harder when the building gets quiet. You start hearing patterns where you used to hear nothing. You become, in other words, exactly the kind of person who might, under the right circumstances, mistake 3 women for ghosts on a runway, or stand too long outside an upstairs neighbor's door, listening to a scream die mid-syllable, and convince yourself it's none of your business. I watched the clip one more time. Nothing in the video changed. The hallway remained empty. The exit sign glowed. The carpet sat motionless, waiting for footsteps that never came. In the audio, 3 soft impacts spaced themselves out with patient inevitability. Thump, thump, thump. Then that faint little scratch, like someone underlining something on a piece of paper. I thought about not sending this, about closing the app, deleting the recording, plugging my appliances back in, and letting the familiar hum of my life drown this all out again. I thought about the people in these stories who decided not to act, and the ones who acted on the wrong thing, and how both of them ended up standing in front of some kind of authority trying to explain why. In the end, I hit save, and then I sent the email. I attached my write-up. I described the clip. I told the horror channel they could share it if they wanted, as long as they changed my name. It felt in that moment like the only way to get it out of my apartment without physically moving. Now it's out. Now it's in here, in your room, your car, your headphones. Right now, you're probably doing some version of what I was doing. Lying in bed with one earbud in. Sitting in a parked car outside your job, letting the engine tick itself cool. Washing dishes in a half-lit kitchen, the faucet running just enough to keep your hands warm, while a disembodied voice talks about dead sailors and bad airports, and upstairs neighbors who crossed a line. I don't know what sounds your place makes when it thinks you're not really listening. The fridge might click in a minute. The HVAC might cycle off. Your upstairs neighbor might drop something, or pace from one end of their bedroom to the other. The hallway lights might buzz or flicker. Maybe somewhere just outside the range of what you usually notice, something will go thump. Then again, thump. And then one more time. thump. And maybe for the first time, you'll actually stop what you're doing and hold your breath and think, that sounded wrong. Just know this. If you're hearing this right now, you've already done the only thing it needs, listened. In the kitchen somewhere behind me, something small and mechanical clicks once in the dark. What unsettles me most about this story isn't the monsters. There are no classic ghosts here, no demons stepping out of the dark. What we're left with instead is something much closer and more uncomfortable: normal people, normal places, and the way fear quietly rewires the way we experience our own homes. Each of the three stories the narrator obsesses over has the same core sound plus belief. On the frozen ship, the ice and the sea don't hate anyone. Nature just doesn't care. But the last sound, the captain hears the fire dying, is enough to become his final truth: no hope remains. On the runway, Ram hears footsteps and sees an orb, and because of everything he's been taught, he doesn't see women. He sees ghosts. The Wu family hears illness and desperation in their daughter's breathing, and through the lens of their faith and fear, they don't see a medical crisis. They see possession. Fear doesn't appear as a jump scare here. It appears as interpretation. That's what makes the cold ending so powerful. By the time the narrator has unplugged every hum and buzz from his apartment, he's proven something important. The danger isn't in the machines or the building itself. It's in the meaning he's layered onto every tiny sound. A fridge click becomes a bad omen. A thump upstairs becomes a ritual. A simple door cam notification feels like the universe winking at him. The positive angle, oddly enough, lies in that realization. If fear can be learned, then awareness can be learned too. The story doesn't tell us to stop listening. It actually shows what happens when we don't listen soon enough. The neighbor who ignores the scream for 2 days. The courts that soften responsibility because belief was sincere. Instead, it quietly suggests a different kind of courage. The courage to pause between the sound and the story you tell yourself about it. You can hear a noise and ask, what else could this be? You can feel afraid and still choose not to act on your worst interpretation. You can be curious about your fear instead of fully controlled by it. That doesn't magically fix the world's darkness, but it does give you a little more control over whether you become part of someone else's horror story. If anything, the narrator's obsession becomes a mirror for us. We binge true horror because we want to feel prepared to convince ourselves that knowing is a kind of armor. This story quietly warns that overexposure without reflection can do the opposite. It can turn your own hallway into a haunted runway. Maybe the challenge it leaves us with is simple but hard: stay human. Keep empathy and critical thinking switched on even when you're tired, scared, or alone at 2:13 a.m. You can be cautious without becoming paranoid, spiritual without becoming harmful, fascinated by horror without letting it rewrite your reality. So let me ask you, have you ever heard a sound at home that your brain instantly turned into something worse? If you hear a strange noise tonight, what story will you choose to tell yourself before you react? And when you listen to true horror, do you feel it making you safer or just more afraid? I'd really like to hear your answer.